welcome to the stream. Good to see you all. Hello, hello, hello. Boop. How are we all doing today? My green screen's messed up. Which side is it? It's this side. What are you doing, big girl? What are you doing? Chloe's just hanging out with us today. Next to the paint kit that somehow got knocked off the table. Hey, what are you doing, silly goose? Hey, come here.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Chaos hype, chaos hype, chaos hype.
Ah, there's a good girl. All right. Anyway, how are you all? Good to see you. It's a great day. We got chaos shenanigans. Oh my Jesus. Okay, whatever. Hold on. I gotta do my cheat. Here, come a little closer, chat. Come where I can see you. Yes, yes. There we go. Okay, that's better. Except for your aim, like at my boobies. There we go. How are you, chat? Oh my gosh! Holy shit! Is that a level 5 hype train? Jesus Christ! Goddamn, dude. Goddamn. Look at y'all being all generous and crazy and shit. Holy crap, dudes. Oh my gosh, I gotta get caught up on all these messages. Okay, real quick. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's do this. Thank you so much for the support. Oh my god. I gotta get. Oh god. Oh sweet Jesus. Okay, hold on.
We in here.
I need to get caught up on all these things. So I'm gonna do that real quick. And while I do that, why don't y'all watch this again real quick?
Joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Love to see it. You love to see it. Dude, the fact, so we're getting a trailer for every single one of these guys, and I am so excited. I'm so excited. I've already seen some really good memes about Azazel. I don't know if y'all have seen it yet, but there's already a meme. You know y'all know the Vince McMahon or whatever the fuck his name is, Vance McMahon or whatever, the WWE guy. Someone's already made Azazel versions of that meme where he like is progressively getting more excited. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, Azazel looks so much better. Also, okay, real quick, I'm gonna show one last little thing, and then we're going to move on to other stuff. Fun fact, they sent me, you know, this stuff a little early so I could make a video about it and release it, but they didn't send me his start position, which they actually have published now. So check out this. Boom, wait, where am I? Ah, there we go. So Azazel is up here in Norska. Azazel starts at the Tower of Crack, because of course he does. Because which kind of crack is it? Is it this kind that, you know, is it the lustful kind, or is it the other kind? You decide. Which crack is he towering? Don't worry about it. But that is where Azazel starts. He's right smack in the middle of Norska, ready to probably seduce all of the Norskins under his control as vassals, and then march his way south to terrorize the realms of men. But I'll leave that up while I get caught up on all the goodies. Boop.
Do you smell what the prince is cooking?
Do you smell what the prince is cooking? All right, let's get caught up on all these thingamajiggers. First of all, to all the people that did that sweet Ola Skink redeem, so I can personally greet you at the start of every stream. Ola Skinks, and welcome to the stream. 2 Siegfried KKP, Servant of the Great Horned Rat, Silent Ghost 263, Mixalive 12345, Tycho VT, Mornington Crescent, It's Nico, Dr. Bloody, Vigario Pro, Vex Visier 707, Prophetum Nox, Super Ego 1989, Masterpiece 95300, Teenage Anarchist, Night in Flames, Scroder 9000 CS, Rapture's Delight 26, Razor Dragon Tail, Random Guy 007, Glacier Raven, Critical Mass 777, Adirect 9663, Eantropy, Tybaling, Gromado the Ancestor, Big Aggie 72, Statarino doing a damn lore fact in the middle of this. Living Legend, Papa Chaos, 4296, Squid Joe 3, The Great Conspirator, Kiro Haas, Jaunty Scarecrow, Winnie, Canuckle 87, The Malefactor, Wrath of Rain, Psalm Mage, Squats Infinite, Fagoth, Morgano 53, Captain Hawk Oddly, Captain Sharazad, Fritz 16, Salter, Mafia Soslayer, Nongun 77, Harzulian's Boy, and Trivia. Oh god, that's only the first page. Oh, there's 2 pages. Cliched Rumble 1, Bishop of Cheddar, Book of Woe, Eckhart Ithalian, Franz Emperor, Rotating Potato 94, Radurk, Chunky Nurgle, Invader Severed, Junk Rates, Happy Boomer, Nail 442069, nice. Gnome Hat, Gregory Charge 13, Sonya versus Litrak, Spyro Rain, Ducko Pop, Rovik, Spoon Bleeder 98, Schema 333, Zay on the Way, Septim Eris, Inquisitor Hammond, Propafaffin, there we go, Eldrin the Archmage, Robbot 4296, Mr. Pick 1627, Officer Cartman 9, JD Warp, Big Pharma Malama, Big Pharma Llama, there we go, Ikatalka, Jaunty Scarecrow again, what? Sithric, House of Shouts, Ringer TT, Hell's Doppelbach, Oliver Goldberg 300, Namerian, Blue Hollow 8989, Brandon, good to see you, Totomi Loyalist, Prince Louis 1, Rigaldo 88, and Arrow Ace Brit, oh, god damn it, and Medicaro and Ravit Truskowski and Kira Haas. That's a posture check. Okay, Jesus Christ. Thank you for all of those. Oothwack, good to see you as well. Goddamn, chat. The Deadwalk LK, welcome. Fingolian. Yep. All right. I got 2 lore facts. Let me knock these out really quick. Do you okay, Snatarino, do you reckon weapons like the Axe of Dargo, the Hammer of Vanguard are more durable and crafted to finer / better degree than those of the weapons like Destroyer and Sunfang? I assume so, since they're major in the Golden Age of the Dwarves, so no one can match them at crafting that age, right? I would definitely say they're a better quality than Destroyer. Sunfang was made by Kalidor teaming up with the Priests of Vol during like the height of the Elven Empire when the gods were like pretty strong. So I would say they're pretty on par. Dwarves in general have better craftsmanship, but elves are very good at specific enchanted items. Could Azazel body Sigvald? Yes. If Azazel and Sigvald fought in the lore, Azazel would defeat Sigvald, but it would be a big fight. It would be a very big fight. Fun fact, those two hate each other. We don't have much lore about them, but they would not get along because they both compete very highly for Slaanesh's adoration, and Slaanesh really likes making his followers jealous. Wait, did I get all these people? Yes, I did. Let me double check the second page. Yep, Jack Diego, good to see you. All right, and then I'm going to complete all. Boop. Woo! All right, now I got to get through all the people that subbed and everything during that. Thanks so much for the hype train, guys. I really appreciate that. Y'all are all the sweetest of beans. I really appreciate the support. So we have here, let's see. Almighty Stump, thanks for the 2 months of Prime. Dosik, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much, dude. Figgy Wiggy 93, thanks for the Prime sub. Kira Haas, thanks for the 26 months. Jesus, that is a very long time. Josic 12321, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Kira Haas, thanks for the 200 bits. Yes, the shaky Chloe cam. One of these days, I need to buy another camera that's like I need to get a wireless camera that just watches where Chloe is, because she sticks to like 2 spots. So we need to like figure that out. Voido Tuber, thanks for the Prime sub. John Scarecrow, thanks for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Atarac, thanks for the 9 months of tier 1. Thank you so much. DK Thavron, thanks for the Prime sub. Papa Chaos, thanks for the Prime sub for 7 months. John Scarecrow, thanks for another 145 bits. Thanks for all the bits, dude. Rovix, thanks so much for the 8 months of Prime. JMax, thanks for using your Prime sub here. I really appreciate that. G's Reaper, thanks for the 3 months. Blue Hollow 8989, welcome to the Red Host. Thanks so much for using your Prime sub here. You too as well. JD Warp 77. RTS Ordy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Hope you all enjoyed the emotes. By the way, we've got some new emotes coming. We got a new Nakari emote that I need to upload. Inquisitor Hammond, thanks so much for 100 bits. Odious Spoon, thanks for the 7 months. Odeg, thanks for the 17 months. Oh gosh. Randall Briggs, thanks so much for the 2 months of Prime. Cobra 330, thanks for the Prime sub. Airways Brit, thanks for the Prime sub. And the Assassin, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really, really appreciate that. So, boom.
Another wretched foul.
Krazomi, thanks so much for the 17 months of Prime. Thank you.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Darren's123, welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Get rid of all these stupid ass posture checks. My posture is great. Silence. All right. Real quick, we got some last little lore facts. Could a Lorebeard beat a Saurus Warrior? On average, yeah, a Lorebeard would defeat a Saurus Warrior. They are much more skilled, and their heavy armor would allow them to survive a lot of the Saurus's like initial onslaught. Glowbug 2, thanks so much for the Prime. Man, I really appreciate all the subs today, guys. Especially all the Prime subs. Those of y'all choosing to use those here, I really, really appreciate that. That is super kind of y'all. I hope you enjoy the emotes and everything going on these days. The headpad emote is in the drive. There's, oh god, the headpad emote is ready. Shit. Hello, fellow lore nerd. Random lore fact about the end times. I do love how random it got, like Hellebron falling to Korn, Kitsune Adventures. Random lore fact about the end times. Oh gosh, what's a really random fact? The only way that Grimgar Ironhide. Oh, it sounds like my sister. So the only way Grimgar Ironhide and the Greenskins were able to actually take Zarnagrand was thanks to the help of the ogres who Grimgar had taken over after he killed over Tyrant Grease's Goldtooth. And the way they got in is somehow Golgfag Maneater, who is the biggest, baddest Maneater ogre there is, to where all Maneaters are named after him. Golgfag Maneater, they're all called Maneaters because of him. He somehow, he stealthed his way into Zarnagrand and opened the gates from the inside. Think about that. An ogre stealthed into the capital of the Chaos Dwarf Empire and opened the doors. What did that ogre do? How did he stealth past the Chaos Dwarfs? But in any event, there's your random lore fact. Living legend: if a warrior is granted demonic steed or demonic mount like Hellstriders, Skull Crushers, etc., how does the mount get them? I'm working. What do you need, Leslie? Okay. Let's see. Does it just come out of the waste or does it materialize? Okay, so it depends on what the beast is, but generally speaking, if a Chaos Lord or Exalted Hero or whatever is sent a demonic mount of any kind, Jesus Christ, dog. Chloe's just deciding to the stream. She says, I don't need a green screen. If they need a demonic, if they receive a demonic mount from the Dark Gods, it will appear to them. So it will either make its way to them, or it'll just manifest out of like it'll just explode out of a body, or whatever needs to happen will happen. But generally speaking, they manifest there. My hero my heroes P and B and G, my heroes PB and G in J in J. Thanks, good to see you. Welcome to the stream, Barbaric. You as well. I'm gonna put this one on pause.
That maybe Archaon can upgrade his units with any mark while Holic is undivided only. Though maybe Holic will get something to compensate.
Mr. Pick 1627, I disagree. I actually think that the undivided characters will be able to do anything, but they won't get bonuses to like those things. Like I bet Azazel's campaign, for instance, is gonna have a lot of buffs to his Slaanesh units, in the sense that like he's able to do things to maybe make it cheaper to upgrade them, or they could upgrade at a lower level, or all this other stuff. Whereas if you're playing like Kolek, you're probably not going to have really much in the way of specific buffs for the god specific stuff. Your buffs are going to be mostly for I'm gonna brain fart all of a sudden. Undivided stuff. The Corn Lord was an absolute badass. Yeah, I loved him. He's great. Internet Explorer, you got it, dude. I will check that out once things calm down a little bit. Let's go back to focus. All right, so let's talk about this. Actually, no, I don't know why I'm going back to focus. Let me pull up the article here. Mods, if we could run a poll, what I would really like to see is, chat, how are we feeling about this? Do we love it? Are we kind of meh? Or do you hate it? What do you think of today's reveal so far? What do you think of today's reveal? We will do a poll. One of the mods will do it. And we will get that up and running. Here. So I will just have myself down here. Oh god, okay, well I'm seeing a lot of love it, so that's great. Anything about the Storm of Chaos with Azazel? No, not right now that I've seen. So with Bellicor's mechanic of corrupting human lords, do I think damsels, ice witches, and Shukugan lords should turn into demon princes? If it's a human lord, it should be able to be turned into a demon prince. Laser Cats, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Tanker Labyrinth, thanks so much for the prime sub. Necro, thanks for 300 bits. Mr. Pig, thanks so much for the 200 bits. Glacial Raven, thanks for the 3 months of prime. Okay, I think I'm caught up.
Necro12353 cheered. X300. Love IT.
So, I mean, look at this art, dude. Look how good, like, Slaanesh Chosen. So here's the Slaanesh Chosen. Dude, that Chaos Knight. Look at that Chaos Knight. He looks so good. And Human Lords. So Chaos Sorcerer Lords and Chaos Lords can evolve into Demon Princes. Except for instead of it being like a so instead of it being like a Herald where it evolves automatically.
Like fun times.
Yeah, they do seem like fun times. Oh my god. Captain Sherazad, thanks so much for the prime sub. Grey Yarn, thanks so much for the prime sub. Greenfire, thanks for the year of support. Oh my gosh, Greenfire, thank you so much for the year. Thank you, dude. And the Big 12. Yeah, go vote. The poll's up. Go vote. Chat, go vote, go vote, go vote. I want to know what y'all like or what you're thinking. The only question is, where the hell is the pre-order? You're like, I need to buy it now. Don't know yet. I'm sure they'll have it up soon. But we've still got a month and 4 days until this comes out. Which, it's kind of weird. They're actually showing off a lot of this much earlier than I would expect. Normally we get a lot of DLC stuff like 2 weeks before it comes out, not like 4 weeks. But, Who do I think the champion of Tzeentch is? I'm pretty sure it's Villitch. It's Villitch.
Another wretched, foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Let's see. For the unique marked lords and heroes, will they still get the chaos dragons and war? Morgan, I don't know. I suspect that the marked lords are only going to get thematic mounts. I don't think they're going to have access to all the mounts. Because, like, the Chaos Dragons we have in game are essentially like the Tzeentch Chaos Dragons. They're not very generic. They're like Tzeentch Dragons. But I don't know. At the same time, you could put a character on them in tabletop. I don't know. I guess it'll just depend on how they want to do it. Presumably, I'm expecting it. I'm expecting them to have thematic mounts. I hope they have thematic mounts. Like, obviously, we want the Chaos Lord of Khorne to be able to ride a Juggernaut. That's gonna be a thing. That's not even a question. I would love every character to have at least one unique mount. Like, let the Nurgle characters ride a Nurgle Palanquin, for instance. Let the Khorne characters ride Juggernauts. Let the Slaanesh characters maybe have Steeds of Slaanesh or chariots pulled by Steeds of Slaanesh. And let the Tzeentch characters have discs. That just, and those are like exclusive to them, and then you're able to do other stuff. Yeah, the poll's about to close, so if you haven't, go vote. They never made a Slaanesh or Khorne dragon. Not technically true. There was a Khorne dragon, but he was released after Warhammer Fantasy died for Forge World, and he's fucking gigantic. It's one of the biggest models they ever made, actually. It was very expensive. All right, so 89% of y'all loved it. What was the other? Hold on, let me see the other results. Okay, so wow, one person in chat disliked it. 25 people said meh. 200 y'all said you love it. All right, let's do another poll. White Knight 16, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, let's do this. Let's do another poll, and let's say, are you happy with Azazel's design? Like, do you like how Azazel looks? I've definitely seen some kind of debates raging about that. Personally, I love the way Azazel looks. I think they literally just took his tabletop model and just fixed it. They just modernized it and were like, look, Azazel's good looking now. I definitely think there's some folks out there though that are not a fan of it. Like, they're like, oh, he's not pretty enough, or oh, like he doesn't have, like, where's the flowing black hair? Like, where's this or that? I can jerk off to that. Ben Wardy, I respect that. You know, that that man's ready for a Slaanesh campaign. Name a Grail Guardian unit. Peasants. Juck rates. I will do my damnedest to remember that the next time I play Bretonia. That smile. That damn smile. One last quickie, I promise. Would Elithar's arrows punch through the Shield of Defiance? No. No. The Shield of Defiance is, yeah, no. The Moonbow of Lilith? No, it wishes it could.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Yeah, the Shield of Defiance. The Shield of Defiance has taken a hit from a giant.
Videos as well. You do a great job.
Venator 501st. Thank you very much. Yeah, I would also like to see more lore videos from myself. That would be great. Daniel 98609, thanks so much for the Prime sub. There are quite a few videos that are very focused on lore coming soon. And if you haven't already, I would recommend checking out the Nature of the Soul video, which is just a pure lore video with a lot of effort put into it. A lot of really hardcore editing by Brandon and some other stuff. But if you haven't, check out that one. That's a really cool lore video. But I will have a lot of lore videos coming out about the Chaos characters this week. So if you're like, I would love to know everything there is to know about Azazel and maybe some other Slaanesh characters, well, guess what I'll be doing this week. Anyway, how's the Empire video coming along? That's super back burner for the foreseeable future. There's a lot of other stuff. Do I think they'll bring Galroch into the game? Yes, I do think we will get Galroch. I don't think we're going to get him anytime soon, but I do think we will get Galroch eventually. A big, scary Tzeentch two-headed dragon that can cast Tzeentch magic is a very easy win for them. Though, I feel like he'd be a good free LC. Like, I would not pay for Galroch because I feel like he wouldn't take that much effort. I would rather pay for Egrim von Horseman and then get Galroch for free. Where's the Creek video? Somewhere in the ether. Is Valkya a demon princess? No, she is not. Valkya is mortal. She is still human-ish. She's a mutant would be the more accurate description. She is a very, very powerful champion of chaos, but she has not ascended to demonhood. Why has Khorne not ascended her to demonhood? Who knows? You figure he should have by now, but they have not. Oh, also, polls up. Go vote in the poll. Polls up. Go vote in the poll. Polls up. Go vote in the poll. Kobasa King, thanks for the... My posture is quite nice, actually. Can we get a cool lore fact about Kroq-Gar? Yeah, here's a fun fact about Kroq-Gar that Creative Assembly actually found out for me, kind of on accident, I guess, but we got official confirmation from Kroq-Gar, from Games Workshop, that the way Kroq-Gar lost his arm, his left arm is that mechanical prosthetic, right? The way he lost his original arm is his arm actually got torn off during the war against the demons, which, to be fair to Kroq-Gar was fighting the demons by himself for, well, not necessarily by himself, but Kroq-Gar was fighting a non-stop guerrilla campaign against the demons of chaos for about, it was over 1,000 years. He fought a lot. Oh my gosh, ads. It's okay, don't panic, I'll repeat it. I'll repeat, it's okay. All right. Is the ad over? Is it over? Don't worry, I can repeat it. It's all right. It's not a big deal. Did someone redeem ad? No, it's just Twitch being Twitch. I've turned off the ad time redeems. Those are not on. So if an ad shows up, it's Twitch's fault. Are y'all good? We're out. Ads are over. Okay. Are ads over? Yeah. Good. Good. Okay. So the way Kroq-Gar lost his arm is that his original arm got torn off during his war against the demons of chaos, because the city of Shodol actually fell very, very early against the demons. And after the city of Shodol fell, Kroq-Gar basically led a guerrilla campaign against the demons, and he just ran around Lustria murdering just millions of demons with what was left of Shodol. Like, the army of Shodol followed him, and by the end of the war, he was the only one left. He was the only one that survived. And but at some point during the fighting, some notable scary demon managed to tear his arm off. And after the war ended, Mazdamundi sensed Kroq-Gar, and he telepathically reached out to Kroq-Gar and said, hey, come to Hexwaddle. So he did, and Mazdamundi said, hey, you're in charge of Lustria's armies, you're the head general now. Also, here's this piece of Old One tech, and it's your new arm. I think, yeah, Azazel. Oh, how did the poll end? I think I saw most people liked Azazel. The wiki states that Valkya is a demon princess. Is that wrong? Yes, that is wrong. Valkya is 100 billion% not a demon. It is beyond a doubt. It's not like I think. No, it is purely in bold, underlined, italicized. She is not a demon. She can die. She is a mortal entity. What's with the claw hands? What you mean, like his claw hand? Like the crab claw? Reddit disagrees with me? Oh, okay. Well, I'll just, here, I will take off my Loremaster hat and give it to Reddit. Clearly Reddit knows better than I do about everything. So, all right, I'm done. It's been nice while it lasted, but Reddit disagreed with me, so that's it. That's the end. I quit. Apparently I've been on Reddit quite a bit lately, which has been interesting. Let's see. Stan Diala, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Big Pharma Llama, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate y'all so much. Where can you get a Kroq-Gar body pillow? Call me on that other channel. Okay. Let me get caught up on these. Are there any cool lore stories on the Kurgan? Yes. Have you ever heard of the Great Kurgan? Oh gosh. Well, we may have to discuss that later, Mr. Fiddles. If you hang around a little bit, I will talk about that later. Do I think we'll ever see the Kurgan added to Total War as like a separate unit? No. I mean, the Kurgan are essentially represented by Chaos Knights. Kurgan are the scariest of the tribes that make up they're the second scariest tribe that makes up what is the Warriors of Chaos. Like when you're playing the Warriors of Chaos, you essentially are playing the Kurgan, they make up the majority of the Warriors of Chaos. Like, the other two great tribes, being Norska and the Hung, they have a more unique culture to them. The Hung being kind of these like never-ending nomadic people that are like always living in the saddle, and they have a much more distinct appearance. And Norska are Norskins. You know, we see them a lot more in the old world. But the Kurgan basically just are the Warriors of Chaos. If you made a Kurgan faction, they wouldn't really look that different, if that makes sense. But yeah, how would a fight between Nakai and Crone Hellebron go? Hellebron would probably stab the shit out of Nakai many times, but from Nakai's perspective, he would probably survive it. He's kind of dealt with worse, and he would basically do that scene from he would probably pull, like, you know, the classic like grab her by the head and crush her move. You know, he is a big, scary, terrifying alligator creature, and he's very tough. Hellebron hits like a truck, but I don't think that's a matchup that would actually go very well for Hellebron. If she was up on her Manticore or on her Shrine of Cain, if she was on the Shrine of Cain, I actually think she could defeat Nakai, because she would cut him open like crazy, and with enough bloodletting, she would be able to invoke some pretty serious powers of Cain. And by doing that, yeah, I think that might actually lead to his end. Oh God!
Joins the red host.
Do Azazel's bird wings have some lore behind them? So the way Azazel mutated, he's angelic, being that he has the big wings. But you have to remember that although there are mutations that tend to go to one particular god, that does not mean that god has like domain purely over those mutations. It is very common that like a mutation that you would think only belongs to like Tzeentch will show up on other characters, and vice versa. It's no god has like pure claim over a particular mutation. But Azazel in particular is very heavily inspired by Christian Lucifer vibes. He's literally Sigmar's Lucifer. He, like, if you believe in Sigmar, if you are a Sigmarite, then Azazel is Lucifer, and he is a very terrifying Lucifer. He's been a thorn in Sigmar's side for a very long time. Sigmar fought him when he was mortal, and Sigmar fought him when he was a demon. Sigmar actually sealed him away for a while.
Joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Oh my gosh. Kadoin 19, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Metal 2, thanks so much for the 17 months. No, 18 months. Thank you so much. Yes, I'm caught up. Okay, great. Is Azazel a greater betrayer than Archaon? In a personal sense, yes. In a, like, godly sense, no. Because Sigmar was not a god yet. He was just a man. There's already a DLC. It comes out the exact same day Immortal Empires does. So, August 23rd, y'all are gonna get the Blood Pack, Blood for the Blood God 3, which is free if you own any of the prior ones. You're gonna get the Warriors of Chaos DLC, the Champions of Chaos DLC, I should say, and you're gonna get Immortal Empires. All on the same fucking day. So schedule off work if you have work that day, because it's gonna be good. Assuming that we don't have any problems with like loading it, which, you know, knowing CA is kind of a bit of a gamble. What can I tell you about Belinar the Wise? Belinar the Wise. So Belinar the Wise is probably the oldest living high elf. I'm fairly damn certain he's the oldest living high elf, but he's a very powerful archmage of Sapphire. He knew Caloro Dragon Tamer when he was alive, so he's like in the same age group as Morathi, but he doesn't, you know, constantly like rejuvenate his flesh and make himself look younger. He is insanely old. He has prolonged his life through magical means, but he's been around a super long time, and he lives, if I recall correctly, he lives in a flying castle. Like his little fortress, the place where he lives, which is kind of like a miniature castle, it literally flies around Ulthuan. He actually shows up in a number of really cool books. Most notably, he shows up in the Sons of Aurelian series, which is an amazing series, by the way. Never take off for patch day. Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like an MMO is different, though. Like, an MMO is, like, it's bad because it's a giant patch and you're trying to, like, get in versus everyone else. Anyway, Nangan77, thanks so much for the, thanks so much for gifting a sub. I love when y'all gift subs. That's so generous. The 24th, okay, so, no, okay, hold on. The 23rd of August is a Tuesday. It's not the 23rd of this month, guys. It's the 23rd of next month. August 23rd. Y'all are looking at July. Unfortunately, it's not coming out in July. Quit posture checking me. All right, so there's something I actually kind of want to talk about. Well, okay, let's go through all the features that were revealed for this and kind of like enjoy the hype, and then I kind of want to talk about some things that I find interesting and even a thing I don't necessarily agree with involving this DLC. Because who doesn't like, god damn it, I'm gonna fucking y'all, you little shits. Fuck you, I turned it off. Now you can't posture check me. Now you can't. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so how will Sigvald and Azazel differentiate on a campaign? I don't know yet. Well, obviously, like, Azazel and Sigvald have different, like, personal mechanics. It seems like Azazel has a lot more diplomacy buffs with just human factions, which means that he's going to focus much more heavily on seducing humans. He seems to specialize in that. So we could see here that he has plus 80 diplomacy. Oh, you little fuckers.
Necro12353 tuned.
The highlight.
X100. Just a reminder to have good posture.
You are all the absolute worst.
Cheered.
You are all the
X100.
absolute worst.
How much money would you put on Thanquol being the 100th lord in the game?
I would. That's tough. I feel like it could be Thanquol or Nagash, so I wouldn't want to put too much money, but I would probably put down I'd probably put down like a pretty medium-sized bet. Will the 100th legendary lord be bad posture? Y'all, you little bastards. You little bastards. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Who has the best posture in Warhammer? Your mom. Anyway, Azazel. So we have for Slaanesh a very fast, hardcore fighting flying Daemon Prince legendary lord who is also a wizard. That's going to be a pretty awesome mix-up for Slaanesh. And allow for some pretty nice abilities and strengths. Am I using the Logitech G935 headphones? Yeah, that sounds vaguely correct. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Faction effects, plus 80 diplomacy with all humans. Oh, so check this out. I actually really like this. So this was actually confirmed to be a mechanic with Archaon as well. So it's a mechanic for all the Warriors of Chaos Lords. But the Warriors of Chaos specialize apparently in taking vassals. And if you take a vassal, your Warrior of Chaos either gives or gains a special buff based on for your vassals. So in Azazel's case, he gives his vassals, all vassalized units gain immune to psychology and spread Slaanesh corruption. I think for Archaons, they told us that when Archaon takes a vassal, he like gets more from them. So he actually like gets more gold and other stuff, which is really interesting. So I'm curious if this means we're getting a rework of the vassal system, because I like the vassal system, but it's always felt like it just needed a little more nudging, right? Like they needed to kind of balance the way it works in diplomacy so that the AI, like the AI needs to recognize that your vassal is controlled by you and take your power into account before it tries to attack you or them. And in addition to that, vassals, I think, could use some more options, like how good they are at obeying orders and how they prioritize orders and stuff like that. I will say, though, I do think vassals have a very, very high chance to be very good.
Well worth every cent. Also posture check.
Fuck you, super ego. Anyway, thanks for the 8 months. DuckTales, woo, thanks for the, oh, sorry, DuckTales, woo, thank you for the Prime sub. I had to read that correctly because he did actually capitalize the O halfway through. Okay, we can seduce units, we have the seductive influence, and the gifts of Slaanesh. We'll get to gifts in a little bit. Lord Effects has the domineering aura, has a reduced cost. I love this wombo combo. So not only does Azazel have a higher budget for seduction, but he also has a cheaper seduction for humans, which is just so amazing. We have 900 viewers. Holy shit, y'all. I mean, I guess it's a little interesting, but I didn't think it was that interesting. I appreciate y'all. I don't know. Thanks. I don't really know what to really say about that. Zanbaijin! Chat, we're going to Zanbaijin. Oh god, I wanna hold on. I gotta pull up a piece of artwork for y'all. I want y'all to see something. I want y'all to see how fucking cool this city is. So we got the book, Tarmakon, the Throne of Chaos. This is where Zanbaijin is talked about. So Zanbaijin, I wonder if I'm gonna be able to find this piece of artwork. Well, so you may say, where in God's name is Zanbaijin? And I'm going to show you where Zanbaijin is. So, okay, hold on. I'm going to have to like have OBS up on the other screen so I can actually see what I'm doing here. If you look at this map, here we go. If you look at this map here, okay, this is the Darklands down here. Here is the Empire, right? So here is the World's Edge Mountains, which leads up into the Eastern Steppes. And if we go far north, very far north of the Eastern Steppes, we arrive between the Cold Mires. We arrive between the Cold Mires, or to the west of the Cold Mires is Zanbaijin. Right fucking there. It's in Kadatha. So if you go west of the Cold Mires, that's where you arrive. Wait, was I pointing at the right thing? Yes, I was. Sorry, I lied. East of the Cold Mires. East of the Cold Mires. I'm stupid. I can't read my maps. So yeah, the Cold Mires are west of Zanbaijin. So yeah, so you have the gallows tree way up here. Here's the heart of the realm of chaos. Here's the realm of chaos proper. You got the gallows tree. Cold Mires are over here. And then you go east, Zanbaijin. And Zanbaijin is the fallen city. And
another wretched foul lizard thing
check out this piece of art. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show it that well, but unfortunately a lot of Tarmakon art is not well on the internet. Look at this city, dude. Oh god, it's like, look how badass. Look at that rift in the, so that's Zanbaijin. That giant portal in the sky that's raining down lightning among all those pillars. That's the city of Zanbaijin. And it is so badass. It is so badass. So this is artwork of the battle where Tarmakon won the battle of the city. And based on this artwork here, I would say that you could see it way in the distance. Because you got all these pillars and then it raises up to where the altar of battle is. Oh wait. There we go. You can see. So here's the artwork they've showed us of, this is the outskirts. So if you head into the fallen city, you go all the way up here. This big mound back here is the altar of battle where all the souls are contained. And I bet It's gonna be a sick map. It's gonna be a sick map. Sir Arball, thanks for the Prime sub. Captain Talking, thanks for the Prime sub. Jamrocks 40430, thank you so much for the Prime subs, guys. Jesus Christ, y'all are being way too generous today. I'm feeling a little overwhelmed, and I'm trying not to. Okay, so prologue in the ancient city of Zanbaijin. Okay, you know what? We've been over this. Oh, I love this. I love this, dude. The Gifts of Chaos. This looks so good. So you see, you have this whole bar here. So this bar, you have all these different buffs that you're able to equip, and the buffs can either grant you new units or provide you with buffs either on the campaign map or in battles. And you can see that you have a number of slots. So for Azazel, he has 4 Slaanesh slots and 3 undivided slots. And we can see here some of his undivided gifts. And look, some of the gifts are even locked behind the tech tree. So we could see here, right over here, that if you took Raider's Raiment, you get plus 10% casualty replenishment for Marauders, plus 8 melee attack for Marauders. And then you could get bonus experience for Marauders, but only once you've unlocked a tech, because that's what the symbol here means, is that it's a tech. And this is how you get demons in your roster. So your buildings don't give you Demons of Chaos. Like you can't recruit Demons of Chaos normally. Actually, fun fact about Norska or Warriors of Chaos they've told us about is you can't recruit many Warriors of Chaos normally. You're really only able to recruit Marauders apparently, depending on like where you are in the world and stuff. And as your units level up, you turn them into new kinds of units, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. So like, we see here that you can get Furies. So you can get Undivided Furies. So it's add this, and it has a 50 souls per turn upkeep, and every 3 turns, you get a unit of Furies to your gifted units pool. So presumably, if we were able to scroll down, then you'll have like Demonettes, Fiends, Heartseekers, Keepers of Secrets. So you're going to be able to have demons in your warrior armies. I'm presuming depending on who your character is. And presumably, since Azazel has 4 slots for Slaanesh and then 3 undivided, I bet that's going to be the case for all of the champions, right? So for Valkya, she's going to have 4, because you know it's going to be Valkya. We all know it's going to be Valkya. It's going to be 4 Khorne slots. For Tzeentch, it's going to be 4 Tzeentch slots. And then for Nurgle, it's going to be 4 Nurgle slots, right? And what I'm thinking is, what if for the undivided characters, it's 1 for each? So if you play Archaon, you've got 1 Slaanesh, 1 Khorne, 1 Tzeentch, 1 Nurgle, right? And maybe you have like a smaller list to pick from or a more specialized list to pick from. But I really like this. Like, you're going to be able to like customize your buffs depending on like which of these you've unlocked. So like we could see here that this one's locked because you haven't spent enough souls yet. Because you see the soul icon here, and it says you need 2,500 souls, and 0, I'm assuming, have been spent. So there must be some way to like pay souls to unlock new buffs. But yeah, this looks really, really cool. I just read an article that it's likely to be Festus, Valkya, and Villitch for the other gods. I will not disagree with that. that is all. At last the rogue, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thank you. Welcome to the Red Host. Oh, by the way, if you are joining the Red Host, like if you get a sub, I would love for you to come join our Discord community. We have an entire section of the Discord that's locked away from the plebs, but it's available for people that are either supporting me on Patreon or here on Twitch. So if you're a Twitch sub or a patron, you get access to those exclusive areas. So be sure to join up and check those out. There's cool stuff going on there. They get lots of little tidbits and secrets about what's going on. You're not a I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was rude. You're not a pleb if you're not a sub. It's okay. I really appreciate the support. I'm sorry. All right. Dark Fortresses. Yeah, we're getting chaos forts. We're getting fortresses. Dude, ever since chaos got announced in the game, not getting fortresses at the start was heartbreaking, honestly. Implosive, thanks so much for the prime sub. It was always so because chaos is known for building these titanic fortresses of doom way out in the chaos waste. That's how we get stuff like the Inevitable City, for instance, which is a super duper famous chaos city. So you you have all these super badass forts, and something they confirmed on Reddit, or not Reddit, the Discord, there was a Q&A, right? Caleb Beats, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So check this out. Check this out. If you have not seen the Q&As that Creative Assembly's done during their Rally Point interviews, which I need to make a video on those, one of the things they confirmed is that you will be able to build chaos fortresses in famous locations for chaos. So Prague, the Kislev city of Prague, can become a chaos fortress, and so can the Brass Keep, and so can Middenheim, because of the end times. So there are certain cities that you're going to be able to turn or build chaos fortresses on top of, which is so badass. And of course, they mentioned here that any of the capitals in Norska will be able to be turned into a chaos fortress as well. So it sounds like the chaos waste in Norska are going to have a shitload of dark fortresses, and then once you go out of that area, they're going to become much more rare. Is Middenheim the furthest south? I don't know. I have no idea. I'd have to see a map. But yeah, I'm very, very excited for the chaos fortresses. I really wish they'd showed us a building browser. But oh, chat, we got to talk about this. Is this not a just badass looking feature, chat? So you're able to recruit special, so you're not going to be able to recruit all your units through a building system, right? That's not how chaos seems to really be working. Instead, you acquire smaller units and then evolve them.
What did Sigmar say when he brought forth vengeance upon Azazel? Sulkin D's nuts.
Hammond, why you gotta do this? Why you gotta drag Sulkin's name through nuts? Sulkan did not deserve that. Sulkan was minding his own business, trying to be the god of order down south, and you just dragged him through nuts. That was very rude to Sulkan. You should apologize to him. Burmaster, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thanks for the bits, Hammond, you bastard. Why is Hellbane... Oh, Salaxi Hellbane Slaanesh's top keeper of secrets over Nakari. Because Nakari does not exist in Age of Sigmar. Games Workshop has not given us an official statement on why Nakari is not in Age of Sigmar. If I had to guess, though, it's vaguely implied in the end times that Nakari is permakilled. So Nakari in the end times has his big final battle with Tyrion, and for the very, very first time in his entire life, Tyrion actually manages to kill Nakari by himself. So instead of him fighting Nakari, because every single time Tyrion had fought Nakari in the past, Tyrion loses, and then he gets saved at the last fucking second by somebody else. But in the end times, Tyrion finally kills him, and Teclis uses his essence in a ritual to purify Ulthuan of demons for a limited time. So because of that, it's implied that Nakari got permanently killed, and Salaxi Hellbane replaced Nakari in Age of Sigmar. I don't think you'll ever see Salaxi Hellbane in fantasy, because Salaxi Hellbane doesn't exist in fantasy. But who knows? Who would win in a fight between them? Probably Salaxi. Salaxi Hellbane. Protus17 and OJ Julius, thanks so much for the Prime sub, guys. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate the support. Y'all are being so sweet to me today. Thank you all so very, very much. But Salaxi would probably win, because Salaxi Hellbane is a greater demon that specializes in hunting other greater demons. Like, that's his entire purpose, is that he is a demon that excels in killing other greater demons. He's actually dueled Scarbrand to a standstill 3 times. And the 3rd time, it seemed like Salaxi was going to beat Scarbrand, but Scarbrand got, like, killed by some other random thing. Major Taco, thanks so much for the Prime sub.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Loremaster of Sotek, how does Azazel look tempting? Blue Sapphire! Wow, Blue Sapphire, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much for the gift subs. If you got a gift sub, make sure to thank them. Darerzor, hey, appreciate that. Thank you for the sweet words. Okay, let me get caught up here. How does Azazel look tempting to humans, or are all Empire men just massive admirers of crab claws? Okay, so let's talk about how Slaanesh works, guys. So the way Slaanesh works is that their beauty and their handsomeness, or their sexiness, their allure is not what you would. So when we're looking at Azazel like this, so when we're looking at this Azazel, this is Azazel's true form. This is what Azazel actually looks like. But if a mortal were to encounter Azazel, they would not see him like this immediately. As they first started approaching him, his domineering aura... Oh, ad. Yeah, I see it. Okay, hold on. We'll wait. Fucking ads, dude. Whenever I start talking about lore, they're just like, go launch all the ads now. Do it now. Yeah, all the subs are like, ha, ads. That sounds like a peasant concern.
Odious Spoons cheered. X100. The ads are just slants shedging.
Yeah, they really are. They're just edging. All right, our ads over. You good? Good. Okay, ads are over. All right, so the way Slaanesh lures you in is that when you get close to Azazel, right? So you get to the point where you could see Azazel. At that point, Azazel's domineering aura, his musk, which I know that's a very cringe word nowadays, but I'm just telling you what the lore is. Depending on what the Slaanesh entity's like specialization is, in which case, in Azazel's case, it's like nearly everything. You don't see Azazel for what he actually is. You would see Azazel as this like full angelic figure. You know, like the really sexy Dark Raven, thanks for the was. So the Sotwogs, as they're known. 1,000 viewers? Holy shit, guys. I don't think it's been a long time since we've hit 1K. Thank you guys for all being here. I really appreciate you all being here today. DJ Carrera, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. God, I can't wait till early access for this. It's gonna be so good. Anyway, so when you see Azazel, you would see him as like angelic, like genuinely. Like when you first saw Azazel, to him or to you, he would appear like, you know, the really hot, like weirdly hot Lucifer that we got because of shit, what's that book called? What's that super famous book called that made Lucifer like weirdly hot? And like it just like stuck in the cultural zeitgeist for the rest of time. Paradise Lost, thank you. So like Paradise Lost Lucifer, that's how you would see Azazel. Basically, your perception of reality would be warped so that Azazel would appear to you as like the sexiest man your mind could possibly conceive. And like it would be smells and odors that would make you like weak at the knees and like take you to this new divine plane of sensation. And as he talks to you, the way his words would like caress your eardrums would be like just, it would be ASMR on the greatest of steroids. and not at all weird like it tends to be. And it would be this otherworldly experience that he uses to lure you in. And as you get closer to Azazel, as you approach him, if you were to regain control of your senses, you would actually be able to see him for what he actually is. You would notice the crab claw. You would notice the scaled feet. You'd notice his twin snake tail and his horns and his teeth and his fangs, and you would be fighting with all of your willpower to resist, but then the terror would start to set in. So you're having to deal with terror and lust and desire and all of this stuff as he's talking to you and luring you in. And if you are just grounded, like you have a lot of willpower, you could fight it off, and then he'll murder you just normally. He'll just leap at you and blender the shit out of you. If you're very unlucky, you would get very close to him, and then he would either basically mind break tag you and you would be added to the ecstatic legions, or if you're really unlucky, he would take a personal interest in you and start torturing you and introducing you to Hellraiser's "we have such wonders to show you" kind of situation. Wah 360, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Telenecros, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Parthenex 141, I love you, Parthenex. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. You need proof that Valkya is mortal. The wiki will not accept. Your proof is that she literally dies in book 5 Archaon, and Khorne has to specifically bring her back to life because she doesn't dissipate like a demon. She just dies when she gets impaled by Ludwig Schwarzhelm's banner. Also, if you check any of the books, they are very, very meticulous about giving characters either the mortal or demon keyword, and Valkya is never, ever in her history been given the demon keyword. She doesn't have demon keywords. It's in every single book she's ever been in. She's never been a demon. She has never been a demon. She had to be brought back from death by Khorne, but he did not ascend her. He simply made her mortal form more pleasing to his own designs. Even in Age of Sigmar, Valkya is not a demon. She's still mortal. Okay, anyway, I answered that. So, chat, let's do another poll. What do y'all think of the evolving unit system? Be cooler if she was a demon princess? I don't know if it'd be cooler, but it'd make more sense. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not saying that Valkya shouldn't be a demon princess. She just isn't. Why is she not a demon princess? I don't know. Maybe Khorne likes the danger that she could still potentially die. Like maybe he's like, oh, that's a little sexier. When they're a demon, they're like literally part of the god. Like they're basically being evolved and given a shard of the god's divinity so that they are part of them. And maybe Khorne's like, nah, that'd be too close to self-cest. And I don't like the whole idea of loving myself. Like, no, my consort cannot be a demon princess. I'm not into self-cest, not happening. And Slaanesh is like, come on, it's great. And he's like, no, fuck off, Slaanesh. Get away from me. So maybe that's why. That seems pretty plausible. Chat, go vote. What do y'all think of the Chaos Pokemon evolution system? Because could y'all imagine how much more attached you're going to get to your units knowing that you have to evolve them? Like, you're like, oh man, I gotta so you can't just get a unit of Slaanesh chosen. You have to take a unit of Marauders of Slaanesh, evolve them into Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, and then evolve them into Chosen of Slaanesh over time. So you're spending effort, experience. Look, you even need techs. So you can see you actually require tech trees for certain upgrades. So it's not like you could do it right away. They have to be a certain level. It's going to cost you money, and you have to get techs for it. Can you imagine how it's going to be when you lose a chosen unit? It's going to be brutal. Sounds like it could get annoying. Well, what I bet if you have a Chaos Fortress, since the Chaos Fortresses sound like they're kind of rare, I bet the Chaos Fortresses will allow you to recruit significantly more high tier units, but only at the Chaos Fortress. What I'm expecting to be a thing is I bet Chaos will not have global recruitment. I don't think they're going to have global recruitment at all. Like Dark Elves do not have global recruitment, if memory serves. They only have local and Black Ark recruitment, right? Isn't that right? So maybe Chaos will be only local recruitment, so that, like, yeah, okay, so that's what I'm expecting with Chaos. So, like, if you're in a Dark Fortress, you could build, like, Chosen and all these other high-tier units, but as you're, like, on the move through other places, you only have access to low-tier units. So if you want to build a new army, you just need to build at your fortress and then go from there. Viper code 619. Thanks so much for the Prime sub, my dude. I think, does that sound pretty cool? I mean, I think that sounds all right. That sounds pretty fun to me. Yeah, and it could be gifts. It could be through the Chaos gift system as well. If you haven't, go vote in the poll, chat. Go vote in the poll. I'm a bit confused with the bows to diplomacy for human races for the Azazel. Are they supposed to be complete enemies? So Axe Wrestle, the reason that Azazel has really high diplomacy buffs with humans is for his seduction mechanic. So the seduction mechanic is that humans, beastmen, and elves have a special interaction with Slaanesh races where the demons of, Slaanesh, Mono-God Slaanesh, demons of Slaanesh, whatever you want to call them, and the warriors of chaos of Slaanesh can seduce enemy factions. So the way that works is that it's a combination of your diplomacy with them. So if you have positive diplomacy with them, that fills up the meter a bit. If you corrupt any of their lords with Slaanesh traits, that fills up the meter a little bit. Every time you beat them in a battle, that ups their meter a little bit. So basically what's you can actually see it here. See how the Turtle Gate of Cathay has this little meter over here? This pink meter that's like about 60% filled up. If you fill that all the way up, you can seduce that faction and you break them. So they immediately become your vassal.
Things like chosen warriors and aspiring champions so that they are really worth the resources, care, and time expended.
I bet they will. I mean, Chosen have always been good, but yeah, I'm sure they will. Yeah, so as Azazel, you want that plus 80 diplomacy, because Slaanesh factions are very good at diplomacy. With Azazel, you have a much better chance of manipulating these factions and getting them to be fully seduced. And once they're fully seduced, you click that button and you completely vassalize them so they become your bitches. How will monsters work in this system? Well, the monsters, you cannot mark monsters. So, you just recruit the monster, presumably. Have I noticed that thing next to Azazel in the picture? That's a Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh. Or are you talking about this over here? The 1 undivided 3 Slaanesh thingy. I don't know what this is. They have not explained this yet. Abadnod, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. Is Azazel going to start at the wall? No. Azazel starts at Norska. Here. This is where Azazel starts. They revealed it earlier today. So Azazel starts at the Tower of Crack. He's starting at he has found Norska's crack and he's getting in there. He's really getting in there. Maybe that's how many boons he has? Could be. Look at the top of the screen for the screenshot. What?
Another wretched foul.
Oh, he means in the Realm of Chaos campaign. I have no idea. Oh, maybe. Actually, yeah, maybe. Maybe he does start here in Realm of Chaos. Because you're right, this is the Realm of Chaos map. You can see Slaanesh's realm. And this is very early. Yep. Good job. Good job, chat.
Close to a year now.
Good job. That's a great catch. Yep, he starts outside of the walls of Cathay. He's in the what is this settlement called? He's literally in the very tippy top settlement on the Realm of Chaos map. So he's by Cathay. Good catch. I missed that. That's a good catch, guys. Look at the progress bar up there. Yeah, I'm curious what that is. It could be Eye of the Gods. It could be like an Eye of the Gods thing. So Eye of the Gods was a rule in tabletop where whenever you like did something cool, like one of your characters killed a monster or an enemy character, you would get to roll on the Eye of the Gods table and you would get like some really cool buffs. So maybe that's what that is. Because you would open the eye and the Eye of Chaos would focus on you and the gods would give you a gift. You love how Forsaken can be evolved into Chaos Spawn? Hey, that's how it works. That is how it works. The Red Keep? Yes, the Red Keep. Yeah, so it looks like Azazel starts in the Red Keep on the Realm of Chaos map. Giga Gogantes, thanks so much for the 11 months. Teaspoon of Salt, thanks so much for the 10 months. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks. Sad No Chimera. So, okay. This is interesting to me. Now, yeah, this is the souls bar here. Here's the souls bar. You see how it's got the soul icon right here? But it's gold. It looks like a gold soul means soul spent, and blue soul means like just regular soul. But gold seems to mean how many souls are spent. You wonder where the other three factions will start? I would bet y'all $1 million that Nurgle is going to be in the Brass Keep. In Immortal Empires. Nurgle has to be in the Brass Keep.
Yotam9 cheered. X100. Any guess as to why the WoC version of the Marauders of Slaanesh don't have spear variant, have a different model and unit card and use regular weapons?
Yeah, so here's what they have apparently revealed. So what they've told us in the article is that basically each of the dark gods has a specialized weapon. So every dark god has like a weapon that is specific to them. So with Khorne, you get dual weapons. See, Chaos Marauders of Khorne, dual weapons. Chosen of Khorne, dual weapons. It's like my only examples, because Khorne already has a lot of goodies. And like Chaos Warriors of Khorne, obviously we got some more variants to the Mono God, but then we see like for Nurgle, it's great weapons. Chaos Marauders of Nurgle, great weapons. Chaos Warriors of Nurgle, as we see down here, great weapons. Chosen of Nurgle, great weapons. Meanwhile, for Slaanesh, it's Hail Scourges, which are the whips, and for Tzeentch, it's spears and halberds. So Tzeentch marked units seem like they're going to be focused on anti-large and defense. Nurgle marked units are going to be focused on armor piercing. Khorne marked units presumably are going to focus on like high damage and melee attack. And Hail Scourges, I'm not 100% sure what Hail Scourges do specifically. Like, I'm assuming maybe they're anti-infantry and like high melee defense.
Yotam9 cheered.
Maybe?
X100. I was referring to the difference between the WoC Marauders of Slaanesh compared to the Demons of Slaanesh faction version of Marauders.
Oh. Oh. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm assuming that the Mono God Slaanesh Marauders, because the Mono God Slaanesh Marauders are like mutated, right? They have like, you know, they don't wield spears. They're like completely mutated up. Meanwhile, these guys are not mutated. Like, these guys are pure. Or not pure, but they're unmutated. You can see they're just holding their weapons normally. I'm not sure what the interaction is going to be for that. Like, I don't know if you're going to be able to get the Mono God Slaanesh Marauders in this army, or if those are going to be exclusive to... Those might be exclusive to the Mono God. It's hard to say. I honestly don't know. That's a great question. I will see if I can ask someone at Creative Assembly about that. Yo, Tom, thank you very much for bringing that up. I will shoot a message to somebody. I will shoot a message to somebody at CA who I know will get back to me quick. Any chance it's just an updated unit card? No, because these are completely different guys. The Marauders of Slaanesh that we're talking about are like, they literally look like these guys. They're the Seekers, but on foot. And one of them has a spear. You can see Monogod Slaanesh Marauders in the Azazel screenshot. Oh yeah, there they are. Yeah, they're right there. I don't know. Maybe this is like an earlier version of this image, so it hasn't been updated with that unit, or maybe that unit can't evolve. Maybe, you know, that could be what it is. It could be the Spear Marauders cannot evolve, and so like you can recruit them, but they can't go anywhere, like presumably because they're mutated. But I don't know. That's weird. I feel like they should be able to evolve into Hellstriders because they're literally just Hellstriders on foot. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I will ask CA about it. It looks like he has access to them because they're like right there. But you can see, like, here's a regular Marauder. He has no mutations whatsoever. And then if you look over here, you can see the Spear Marauder, but he's got the fucked up arms. There's different paths on the screen. Yeah, I can see there's different paths, but like the Spear Marauder just isn't on here at all. And these are all the Slaanesh units. I don't know, that's interesting. Is it weird that Hellstriders evolve into Chaos Knights? I don't think it's that weird. I thought humans were fused to Slaanesh Steeds for life. From a pure lore perspective, you are correct. But for the sake of like having a natural evolve progression, yeah. Yeah. Right, the screen shows Undivided and Slaanesh. Yeah, I know, but we're on the Slaanesh tab. Maybe it's just concept art. This is not concept art. This is a screenshot. Why is Chaos fighting over Zanbaijin? Because Zanbaijin is a sacred city to Chaos. It's also known as the Fallen City. Zanbaijin is a city that we learn in the lore through the Throne of Chaos book. That basically it's a city that has existed, and it's older than the race of men. And a lot of battles have been fought there over thousands and thousands of years. And apparently, the Tarmakon lore tells us that Zanbaijin has this unspoken law that takes place that whenever champions of chaos meet there and fight each other, whoever is the last champion standing, so whoever the big boss is that wins, that big boss will basically get control over everyone. So the basically whoever kills the other champions, the second to last guy dies, the last guy goes, okay, everybody works for me now, and everybody follows that rule, which is unusual. That's not normally what goes down when chaos armies fight each other. So that alone makes it a really, really promising spot to gather like a titanic horde, because you're basically like fighting to be ever chosen in a sense, or like prove that your god's the strongest. And it's a place where usually one champion representing each god will show up, and then they have a big free-for-all. But the other thing that's revealed in this article is that, according to this article, all the souls of those who have ever died in Zanbaijin, which is a lot, like we're talking hundreds of thousands of people probably, if not more, have been sealed within Zanbaijin all this time. So there is a massive amount of souls contained within the altar of battle at the heart of Zanbaijin. And apparently, due to Ursid's roar, the altar's seal has fractured. So whoever wins among these four Chaos Champions will get to take all those souls and give it to their Dark God, which is going to make that god get really big and fat. What are the icons above the Lord on the left? We don't know yet. They have not told us about that yet. Recreant Rays, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Without confirming or denying who is coming, Festus seems way more boring than the other three lords, especially compared to the other Nurgle lord options. Anything you could say with how you play to get me excited. Sure. So I love Festus the Leech Lord. Let me tell you a couple of little things about Festus. Number one, among all of the mortal followers of, oh my gosh, Lord Jingo and Pinku-chan stream. Thanks so much for the Prime sub, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really appreciate the support, my dudes. So what is cool about Festus? One of the number one big things about Festus is that among all of the mortal followers of Festus that are talked about and are kind of a big thing, Festus is the only one of them who's a wizard. Valnir the Reaper, not a wizard. Tarmakon, not a wizard. The Magath Lords, End Times / AOS. We might not ever see the Magath Lords. Fucking, what's his name? The Tentacle Lord, Gutrot Spume, not a wizard. So we don't have a wizard mortal character except for Dr. Festus. Dr. Festus is the biggest mortal wizard character that we have, really. And so Ethrak is a wizard. The Glotkin does not count. we're not going to talk about the Glotkin right now. Glotkin's a little too big compared to everybody else here. If we see the Glotkin, which I doubt we will, it would be much later. The Glotkin to me is more of an AOS character than a fantasy character, but we'll see what happens with him in the long run. But when you're going, okay, we want 4 mortal champions who are going to go head to head. I actually think Dr. Festus fits in much better with the other 3 potentials. I do want to talk a little bit about Slaanesh in a minute, but I would say Taraj, thanks so much for the Prime sub, by the way. Thank you so much. What is cool about Dr. Festus? Here's the cool thing about Dr. Festus is that Dr. Festus has a very unique mechanic in tabletop where Kugoth Plaguefather is kind of like the grand experimenter of disease, right? He like creates new plagues and dunks Nurglings in his cauldron and throws them into battle to see what the plague does. What Festus the Leech Lord does is Festus is the alchemist. Festus is a man who specializes in creating brews and potions that he then is able to use on himself and people around him to dramatic effect. So like Festus is known for that if he himself is wounded or a champion of Nurgle nearby him is wounded, he has these like disgusting, he literally carries around this big vat thing on his back, and he has this little demon creature that like ladles him potions. So he'll be like, give me a potion, and he'll splash it on his allies and they start healing. Their bodies start patching themselves together. He drinks it himself and all of his wounds heal up and he fully regenerates. But if he splashes it on his enemies, they literally start dissolving alive. And Festus has an entire mechanic where Festus is deceptively strong despite his his very flabby appearance. And he literally grabs people and wrenches open their jaws and pours poison down their throat. And they just start getting eaten alive by acid.
X100. So Zhao Ming would like him?
I think Zhao Ming would hate him. I think they would have some conflicts of interest. Hold on. Let me actually pull up. I want to show y'all something about Festus. So to show y'all how frankly scary Festus is,
joins the red host.
This is
cursed Sotek spawn.
This is what Festus does. He literally grabs people and just starts forcing them to drink this shit, and you can see this guy's body is literally falling apart. This guy's body is, you could see that he has started dissolving from his stomach outwards, and you can see all of his bones and everything. And there's his fat little demon helper. I love his demon helper. He's hilarious. But Festus is disgusting. Festus is a nasty piece of work. And Festus is the ultimate representation of despair for Nurgle. There are a lot of characters who represent Nurgle in a myriad of ways, but I've always found Festus to be literally the best written Nurgle character there's ever been when it comes to the concept of despair. Because the whole thing about Festus is that he was literally his real name was Dr. Festus. He's one of the few Chaos characters that didn't change his name. Now, granted, why his parents named him Festus, we'll never know. But or maybe his last name was Festus, I'm not sure. But in any event, Dr. Festus was like a very legit doctor. He was one of the greatest doctors the Empire had ever seen, and he specialized in treating plagues and disease and malady. So his whole life was dedicated to curing the sick, taking care of the weak and the ill and the elderly, and he was the best. He actually discovered cures and inoculated lots of people against particular diseases. Like, he was out there fighting COVID kind of shit. And Dr. Festus, however, met his match. There was a particular plague that was unleashed by Nurgle. And this plague unleashed by Nurgle did not... because it was Nurgle had created it, it was a magical disease. It did not follow the typical laws of reality. And because of that, Ride the Rate, thanks so much for the Prime sub, and Gigantes, thanks for the bits, by the way. Because of that, when Dr. Festus was trying to find a cure to this plague, he couldn't. There was no natural cure. And this disease was horrible. It killed people in awful, awful ways. It was like a horrible fever that caused you to, like, your body just to break down. It was agonizing. And Dr. Festus was so empathetic. He cared so much about his patients that every single one of his patients that died was just killing him inside, because he was trying his hardest to save these people. And they would an ad? Are you serious? I need to see if I can fucking do something about that. Alex in, thanks so much for the Prime sub. It's okay, it gives me a second to drink water. Let me know when it's done. Lord Jingo, you shouldn't be able to see ads. You're a sub. Ads are done? Yeah, Twitch has been really pushing that shit. I feel like there should be a button when you upgrade Forsaken to spawn called shit go back. Nah, dude, it's a one-track road. This is chaos we're talking about. Okay, ads are done, so I can continue. So anyway, so this horrible disease is killing lots of people, but Dr. Festus is way, way too empathetic. He cares so much for his patients, and every time one of them dies, it's just crushing him, and he fails to save anybody. He's not able to save a single person. Elderly, children, mothers, fathers, everybody dies. And so Festus is literally sitting in his laboratory. Basically what's turned into a morgue. It's supposed to be a treatment room, but it's turned into a morgue because everybody died. Ryan Nishinkin, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Nishinkin. Thank you so much. So Dr. Festus he's losing it. He's basically bawling his eyes out and just has all this horrible despair setting in. And Festus is being completely overwhelmed with guilt that he wasn't able to save a single person, despite all of his research, all of his education, all of his efforts. All these people died horribly, and this despair just starts eating him alive. Alkix TV, thanks so much for the Prime sub. And because of that, in this moment of despair, he attracts someone's attention. And much to Festus's horror, Pixel Brit, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thanks to his despair, he attracts the attention of something. And Festus begins to hear people talking. He hears voices that are essentially kind of offering him, oh, it's such a shame you weren't able to save anyone. Oh, if only you knew more. If only you knew more about disease. If only you knew everything, You could have saved these people. They didn't have to die. You just didn't know enough. And Festus turns around and sees that all of these corpses have started to sit up and they're all talking to him. So they're all talking to him at the same time. The voices sound like the droning of flies. And these voices are essentially taunting him that he failed to save any of these people. Despite everything he's done, despite all of his life's work, it's all meaningless because he did not save a single person. But these voices say, we can help. We can teach you more. We could show you how to cure every disease. We could show you the truth. We could give you all that knowledge that you desire so much. We could give you all that knowledge that you just feel that you need. Squidjo3, have a good one. Will this be on YouTube yet later? Yeah. I'll upload this to YouTube. So in any event, Festus, in this moment of crippling despair, says, yes, like he agrees to this deal. He makes a bargain with Nurgle, and Nurgle agrees to fill his head with the knowledge, with all the knowledge on disease, plague, contagion. He agrees to show him everything. And Festus gets exactly what he wanted. Nurgle quite literally enters his mind and fills it with every single detail imaginable about disease, plague, and all of Nurgle's foul knowledge. And as one might expect, Festus's mind just shatters under it. And Festus just completely loses his mind and realizes, he realizes the futility of everything he's done. He realizes the futility of fighting against Nurgle and realizes that he sees the beauty in the disease. He sees the beauty in the cycle of life, death, decay, and rebirth. He finally understands. He sees it now. And he wanders out of his office cackling insanely. And from that moment forward, he was no longer Dr. Festus, but Festus the Leech Lord. And he has dedicated his life ever since to crafting and perfecting his own plagues and his own poisons and toxins. And he tests them on whoever he happens across.
X100. If Valkya and Scarbrand were to fight, who'd win? Also, do they get along, or is Scarbrand envious?
Sorry, I chucked someone real quick. If Valkya and Scarbrand were to fight, who would win? Honestly, Valkya would probably kill Scarbrand. Scarbrand is a beast, don't get me wrong, but Valkya is like a hardcore specialist in moving freakishly fast and she's very, very good at exploiting her ability at flight to take upper hands, and she has fought against like that caliber of opponents many, many times. Valkya is fucking terrifying, dude. And Scarbrand can't fly, so he's kind of missing that key component in that particular battle. And the other thing about Scarbrand is that Scarbrand is more like pure berserker rage that cannot be stopped, right? He's kind of that juggernaut type fighter. Valkya is more like a super... Valkya is like just a really specialized heat-seeking missile that goes right for your weak spot and kills you in a single hit. Didn't Malekith beat Valkya one-on-one? No. Malekith beat Scarbrand, but Malekith did not. Malekith managed to break Valkya's siege long enough for the Dark Elves to like escape,
X100.
but he did not. He was not able to kill Valkya. Scarbrand, though, like, would Scarbrand presumably mess Valkya up? Oh yeah, but Valkya would honestly probably kill him. Valkya is just much more specialized. When did Valkya get her wings? Valkya got all of her mutations pretty much at the same time, which is when she died. Khorne got so enraged that he like roared just like apocalyptic rage, and his anger was so intense that it kind of fractured reality a little bit. And because Valkya had just died, her soul, A, was going to Khorne in the first place, and B, had not started to like fracture and break apart yet. So Khorne was able to basically get her soul, and her body died very conveniently close to the realm of chaos. And he was basically able to draw her body in, and Khorne took Valkya's soul, put it back in her body.
So Scarbrand is like a tank and Valkya is an anti-tank missile launcher?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Once Valkya had been resurrected, like she literally was revived, Khorne brought her to his forges in the depths of the Brass Citadel, and Khorne remade Valkya's body in his own image, or an image more pleasing to him, because he took Valkya as his consort. Don Gabhana, I'm going to return your points on the read a story for right now, just because it's we're very busy right now, and read a story is a little of an intense situation. We could rebuild her. Yeah. What's a cool lore fact about Archaon? Oh god, what's a cool lore fact about Archaon that people may not know? Just a few off the top of my head. Number one, Archaon's dad is technically Be'lakor, the first demon prince, or the first damned. Be'lakor did not directly forcefully engage in relations with Archaon's mother, but Be'lakor possessed a marauder who was beholden to Be'lakor and used his body as a I don't know what the right word is, but he used his body in order to impregnate Archaon's mother. And you know, he was all demony with those bits, and she gave birth to Archaon. And she tried to kill him multiple times. But before he was born. But ultimately, she ended up giving birth to Archaon, but giving birth to Archaon was such a horrible experience for her that it killed her. She died in childbirth. And it was a lot of bummers. And Archaon's family abandoned him to be eaten by wolves. They basically left him out in the wilds. Archaon's father and sibling. Archaon's father was going to kill him, but there was a priestess of Shalia, and she could not, because of her tenets, her faith, she could not allow the father to murder Archaon because he was just a baby. So she took Archaon from them, and she took him, but she also realized something was really wrong. Like, the circumstances around Archaon's birth were really not good, and like the fact that it had killed his mother and the whole circumstances of how he had been conceived were just really bad. So the Shalian was like, okay, I can't kill this baby, but I can leave it up to fate. So she basically took baby Archaon to a Temple of Sigmar and left him on the doorstep and was like, whatever happens, happens. And she peaced out. And so Archaon started crying, and a bunch of wolves showed up and were going to devour baby Archaon, who was not named. He didn't have a name actually yet, because nobody gave him a name because they all hated him. But just as he's about to be devoured by wolves, the priest of Sigmar who lived there comes out and starts beating the shit out of all the wolves and fights them off, and sees this baby, and he's like, oh look, new recruit. And he takes in baby Archaon as his son and names him Diedrich Kastner, and basically takes him on as his son. And he goes through his whole life story.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Royal Falcon, thanks so much for the Prime sub.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Dynamite, thanks for the bits. Is Nurgle being a kind god way over exaggerated by the internet? Yes. Nurgle is okay.
Captain
So
talking cheered. X100.
it's a meme.
Do you know the
I would
secret
say.
that Archaon revealed, making him choose chaos over mankind?
Oh yeah. So the TLDR. Hold on. Oh gosh. CK2311. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Captain talking. I'll answer that in just a second.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Why is hello off? Because there's just a lot going on. That's why. Okay, so why does everyone talk about Nurgle being a kind god? Because Nurgle is gregarious. He is a very giving and loving and nurturing god, but it's through his own perception. Like, he loves you, but he, like, you know how someone could be really, really abusive and be like a really shitty person, but they still genuinely love you. But because they're such a terrible fucking person, that love in and of itself is toxic. That's Nurgle. Nurgle does love you. He wants to share himself with you. He wants you to accept his love and feel welcomed and be embraced. But by that, what he means is that he wants you to be part of him. He wants you to be full of disease. He wants you to be full. He wants insects to be laying eggs in your flesh. He wants you to experience the joys of sickness and the endless fondness that could be found for all of the maggots crawling through your flesh and the flies that lay eggs upon you. And you could learn to appreciate all of life, all of the germs and viruses and bugs that are part of your body. You know, you should love them just like Nurgle loves you, because they're all part of the cycle. And if you're sane, you realize, oh, that's super fucked up. I hate that. But if you're Nurgle is the god of despair. He loves you and he wants you to embrace despair. He wants you to stop fighting. Nurgle is the god that appreciates the people who are so depressed that they just think, you know what? I'm never going to stop being depressed. There's no escaping this. My life is torture. And I could see the humor in that. I can laugh at that, even though that's a really fucked up and not healthy way to look at life. And if you think of life that way, please see a therapist. If Nurgle wants that for you, he wants you to be in the deepest, darkest place, so you need him. And that's why he's really nasty. Honestly, I think Nurgle in many ways is the most dangerous Chaos God, because I think he appeals the most to humans as we currently are in like our modern era. But, you know, I think that just depends on who you are in life. Anyway, moving on. Would Valkya beat Belegar? My money's on Belegar. Well, that armor is pretty nasty, though. Honestly, I think those two would be at a standstill. I don't think Belegar could kill Valkya, but I also don't think Valkya would kill Belegar. I think they'd be at a standstill, to be honest. Was Archaon born with a horned helmet? No. There were a lot of like really foul omens when Archaon was born, and childbirth is complicated, dude. Like, listen, I live in the United States. I live in Texas. We're supposed to have like a fairly advanced like medical system here, even though our healthcare is way too fucking expensive. Because fuck us, we can't have universal healthcare because whatever. But in any event, Texas, like, modern age, all the technology we have, childbirth is insanely dangerous. Even like best case scenario, you could still die in childbirth, at least in Texas. Our child mortality, or our like rate of people dying in childbirth is shockingly high. And you know, so yeah, she died because childbirth is complicated and it doesn't always go well, unfortunately. Let's see. Texas can't even keep the power on. Oh, God, yeah, I know. Someone in my YouTube comments claimed that when Myrmidia acquired a mortal form, went down to Astalia and Talea, that basically makes her a greater demon of Myrmidia. No. Because, no. No, Myrmidia did not break off a piece of her divinity and give it a form in the mortal plane through which to enact her will. That's not what Myrmidia did. Myrmidia took the entirety of her divinity and reincarnated herself incarnated herself, because she wasn't human originally, she was a god originally, but she took the entirety of her divinity, the entirety of her godlyhood, and put herself in a mortal body because she wanted to understand the mortal experience, because she had already been betrayed by her original worshippers. And she experienced a mortal life, and then she died, and she reascended to godhood. What's a fun lore fact about Lord Skrolk? Fun fact about Lord Skrolk, you may have noticed he does not have eyes. The way Lord Skrolk lost his eyes is that he did not lose them. He took them out because when Lord Skrolk met Lord Nurgle, which Lord Nurgle is the head of Clan Pestilence. He's the big bad. He's the Council of 13 member. Apparently, upon witnessing the bloated, diseased, living carcass that is Lord Nurgle, Skrolk thought, like, wept because he thought it was the most beautiful sight he had ever seen. He was so religiously elevated by the experience of witnessing the magnanimity of Lord Nurgle that he then scratched out his own eyes. Skrolk ripped out his own eyes because he wanted the sight of Lord Nurgle to be the last sight he'd ever seen. Because Skrolk is very fanatical. Skrolk ain't faking it. Like a lot, he's whole dog in. And then Nurgle was extremely pleased by that, but you know, there was a moment where the Skaven were like, okay, as cool as that was, you need to be able to see a little bit. So they took some chunks of warpstone and put it in his head. So he has chunks of warpstone for eyes, and they allow him to see in a sense. He doesn't, you know how like Daredevil can see even though he can't see? Skrolk is like that, but he uses the winds of magic to see instead of like sound waves or whatever the fuck Daredevil does. How does Nurgle feel about Clan Pestilence? The Great Horned Rat and Nurgle are similar, but they have a very distinct difference, which is what it has to do with their end goal. So essentially, when you're dealing with Nurgle and the Great Horned Rat, they both work in disease. So on that, they tend to team up. However, their end goal for the disease, so what they want their disease to do, differs very strongly. Because the Skaven unleash diseases purely to cause ruination and decay. So they are attempting to just end things. Their diseases just kill you. They don't care really how it kills you, as long as you die or you are severely weakened. That is all that matters to Clan Pestilence. That's it. Period. End of story. Death for the sake of death. So that all non-Skaven will die, and then the Skaven will inherit that which the Overworlders built. Nurgle has a very different objective. Nurgle's goal is to perpetuate the cycle. So the cycle of unnatural life. So what Nurgle wants is to create diseases that have very distinct phases and accomplish the specific goal of continuing the cycle of life, death, decay, and rebirth. And the rebirth is a critical component. For Nurgle, you could say it's the most important component, is that there has to be life from death for Nurgle, not deaths for death's sake. So for Nurgle, the idea is you get a disease, and the disease is meant to create a new form of life. So maybe it's Nurgle's rot, and it thoroughly corrupts your soul so that you turn into a plague bearer. Or maybe it's a disease that causes you to create, like, your body to break out in fungal growths. Or maybe it's a disease that, like, makes you a host for insects. Or maybe it's a disease that makes your body extremely fertile for growing Nurgle's garden. Nurgle, it's all about life. The Great Horned Rat doesn't give a shit about life. And that's where the two of them really disagree with each other. Because the Great Horned Rat's goal is ruination. Ruination is the goal. To destroy everything until nothing remains but the Great Horned Rat himself. There's actually some really interesting notes in the lore about there are some Skaven that are actually kind of self-aware about the fact that the Great Horned Rat's end goal is really bad for them. And, you know, they're kind of aware of it, but like the very few Skaven that are clever enough to know that are also, you know, they're still Skaven, so like they see it in their brain as a way to try and take advantage of that situation. Because if there's one race that would absolutely backstab their god in a heartbeat, it's the Skaven. But the Great Horned Rat doesn't have a plan as far as like, oh, I want to turn the whole world into my domain and rule forever over XYZ. No, he just wants everything to die. He wants everything to be dissolved down to mulch until there is literally nothing but him. He wants every star, every planet, every iota of life to be completely consumed, devoured, and usurped until nothing is left but dust. And then, only then, when all of reality has been devoured by him, would he be sated. He's actually quite spooky if you think about it. Nurgle does not want that. Nurgle would be very, very upset at the idea of like everything dying. Nurgle wants life to continue into infinity, and he wants it to grow without restraint or pause. Nurgle does not care for wholesome life. Nurgle wants life to exceed its bounds and to evolve in ways that it was never intended to, into the most grotesque forms possible. He's the god of capitalism? Yeah, that's very true. Fun fact about Villitch the Curseling. Okay, here's a very fun fact about Villitch the Curseling. So Villitch the Curseling, you may wonder why he's such an important character to Tzeentch. And the answer to that is because he actually surprised Tzeentch. Which of course Tzeentch would never admit. But so Villitch the Curseling, Villitch, the actual guy Villitch, was born as a pair of twins. And Villitch and his brother Tommen, right? So Tommen was like stereotypical big badass tribesman of the Dark Gods, right? He was super buff, and he was really chiseled, and he had sexy scars, and he was the best warrior the tribe had ever seen, and his father loved him, and his tribe loved him, and he had successful raids, and everybody, like, he was sleeping with women constantly, and he was just the best. Everybody fucking loved Tommen. Everybody fucking hated Villitch. Villitch was a very small, bitter creature. He was very lanky. He was very small. He was uncouth. He was kind of, he wasn't attractive. And his tribe despised him, and Tommen picked on him endlessly. Tommen would kick the shit out of him. He would beat him up, make fun of him, do horrible things to him. And Villitch despised everyone. He hated everyone. There was a part of him, though, that wanted what Tommen had. He wanted that glory. He wanted to be loved, to be appreciated. The only person that even bothered with him was the tribe shaman. And the tribe shaman was basically like, all right, well, you're clearly not strong enough to fight. You're clearly not like, you don't have any actual talent, so I guess I'll teach you magic. So, he learned a little magic, but he wasn't a very good wizard, or shaman, I should say. He wasn't terribly skilled. He was still pretty early. But every single night, Villitch would go to bed and pray to the gods to reverse their fortunes. He would pray to the gods every night to let him have Tommen's place and let Tommen's place be his. And he begged the gods for years. And finally, one fateful night, Tzeentch heard his cries and looked at the situation and thought, why not? Let's see what happens. But being Tzeentch put a twist on it. So Villitch awoke one day and realized that he was no longer himself. Villitch no longer had eyes, but he could still see, because Villitch, through Tzeentch's sorcery and mutation, had ceased to exist and instead had grown out of his brother's side like a giant tumor that had these creepy, lanky arms, no eyes, really sharp teeth. He had feathers sprouting down him, and he realized he had been fused with Tommen's body. And Tommen's sentience was still there, but Villitch had control of their body. So now he had all of Tommen's strength. He had all of Tommen's abilities, but Villitch was in control. And so Villitch the Curseling, as he was now known, marched out into his village and realized that Tzeentch had given him another gift. Tzeentch had juiced the shit out of his magical powers. And he was no longer just like a casual shaman. He was now an obscenely powerful Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Tzeentch. So Tzeentch had answered his prayer. He had reversed their fortunes. He made Tommen a witless, dumb, brute idiot who was basically a bound bodyguard and slave to his brother that he always picked on and tortured. Now, what did Villitch do with this newfound power? Did he show the tribe that he had Tzeentch's respect and like divine acceptance so that they would worship him as a demigod? Did he, you know, face down his father in retribution for the way he had been treated and take control of the tribe? Did he lead them on a great conquest? Nope. Villitch instead used his magic to very slowly and painfully torture everyone in the village to death because he is a vindictive little shit. So he used his sorcery to burn them all alive and manipulated the sorcery so that they would die as slowly as possible. And he didn't use like burn you flames, he used mutated you flames. So these people were screaming in agony as they had new limbs and boils and mouths and tentacles and bones were rearranging and changing. And he just took his time with it and had a great time laughing his ass off and relishing it. And Tzeentch watched this and went, wow, I like this guy. Ads again? Jesus Christ. Right at the fire torture part? Okay, thank you. Darth Yoda 02, thanks so much for the Prime sub, I really appreciate it.
Joins the red host.
Use ad blocker. No, don't. I appreciate the money, thank you. I appreciate the support. I know it's annoying. I'll wait till they're over, I promise. Ads are over. Okay, so last thing y'all heard was me saying that he tortured everyone to death. So he tortured everyone in a super horrible way and enjoyed killing everyone, and Tzeentch was genuinely kind of surprised.
It's going to be so much fun confederating all Fest champions as Archaon.
Yeah, Necro12353, I'm a little worried about confederation, to be honest. A lot of the more recent like races that we've gotten don't tend to be very confederable. So I'm not really sure if they'll be able to. We'll have to wait until like the rework
Captain
post, which I think is coming out like next week.
I'm just trying my Archaos secret question one more time. D.
Oh, Captain, yeah, I promise I'll get to it, dude. I promise. Anyway, so that's it for Villitch. But like, trust me, I would love to see Confederation, but I don't know, guys. I don't know. That might have to be a mod. Granted, that's like a very easy mod to do. So, yeah. Will Games Workshop ever make Be'lakor a Chaos God? No, because that would kind of ruin the point of Be'lakor's story, which is always that he's supposed to get close to achieving what he wants, but he fails, but he achieves something like kind of adjacent to it. If he actually like succeeded at his actual goal, then he wouldn't really be Be'lakor anymore. All right. You said that Villitch's brother kept his sentience but lost control of his body, but you said, oh, so Yotam, it's both. So when you meet Villitch the Curseling, Tommen basically comes off like a big idiot. Like he groans, and Villitch talks to him a lot. So like it seems that there's vaguely something going on there, but we find out in the end times that deeper in Tommen's brain, he's still in there, aware of what's going on, but he can't do anything about it. The only way he's able to like communicate essentially is basically through like just these like type sounds, and that's it. That's all he could do. But he's completely under Villitch's control. But there's a part of him that's always aware of what's going on. No, your lore facts did not get missed. I just am working my way down to them. All right, let me go ahead and answer this one real quick. What was the secret that Archaon discovered? Okay, bear with me for a little bit. So it takes kind of a second to explain. And one of my biggest regrets is that when I made the Archaon lore video, I did not do Shy Lily's screwdriver followed. I know that reference. God damn, dude, what a name. Slaanesh welcomes you. Screwdriver. Slaanesh welcomes you indeed. Anyway. So, God, that distracted the shit out of me. Nathan! Thanks for the raid, Nathan!
Summon Gorich to defend Hell Pit.
Raiders, welcome. We're talking Warhammer lore. So basically what happened to Archaon was that Archaon discovered a book, okay? And this book had been written by a prophet called Necrodomo the Insane. And Necrodomo the Insane was very, very good at prophecies. He was very good at predicting the future, to the extent that the cult of Solkhan actually went after him and they captured him, and their goal was to torture him to get him to confess, basically a false confession, to be like, no, I lied about everything that I saw with my prophetic seer powers, and then they were going to burn him alive. But as the cult of Solkhan was preparing to kill him, Be'lakor managed to manifest, and Be'lakor basically sat down with Necrodomo and was like, I'm going to tell you a prophecy and you're going to write it all down. And Necrodomo was like, okay. And then he died after that. But the prophecy that he writes down is the prophecy of Archaon. So he basically writes a book that contains all of Archaon's life story. It's his entire life. So it's how he was conceived, how he was born, what happened to him, where he grew up, what he did with his life, all this stuff. It didn't say his name, but it said a lot of way too specific things about him. And the book details how he will become Archaon the Everchosen. He will find the 6 treasures of chaos. It even says how he finds some of the treasures of chaos. And it's basically kind of meant to act as like a guidebook, essentially. But eventually the book makes its way to Diederik Kastner. And Kastner, when he's reading the book, Kastner slowly but surely puts together that he is Archaon. And he kind of tries to deny it a bit. He's kind of like, no, Luke Skywalker in Empire Strikes Back style. But it all just kind of boils up on him. And here's the critical thing that happens to Archaon. Archaon, or Diederik Kastner, was a Templar of Sigmar. So he was a fanatical worshiper of Sigmar. Like, we're not talking like a warrior priest even. We're talking a Templar. So he was very, very high up in Sigmar's cult, and he was a devout motherfucker. This was a guy who lived and breathed Sigmar. All he thought about was Sigmar. And that was his entire life. And what the book reveals to him is that the book tells him a truth, but the book manipulates it how it words it in a very clever way. So what happens is that the book, which I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but this book reveals to Archaon that there is no afterlife. There is no heaven. The gods are fake. There are no gods. What gods really are is they are merely manifestations of chaos. That all the gods originate from chaos, all the gods are a part of chaos, and that everything he's ever worshipped, everything any human has ever worshipped, any elf or dwarf has ever worshipped, every god in existence is simply a part of chaos. It's all a joke. It's all a game. And it's just the 4 dark brothers putting on different masks and playing this glorious chess game with each other, manipulating humans and everyone else, and showing and just playing mortals against each other for their own amusement. And Archaon has, you have to remember that Archaon is reading this book that has very specific details about his life, and it's correct about every single thing. Archaon should have read to the end. Well, he actually can't, because part of the book gets destroyed. But in Archaon, as he's reading this, Archaon begins to essentially have an anxiety attack, a panic attack, and he has doubt, and he has this sudden extreme doubt that it's true, that all the gods are aspects of chaos, which is true. That's not wrong. That's actually true. Something we've talked about in my Nature of the Souls video, which you haven't, you should go check it out, is that gods are all part of chaos. Now, they are not chaos gods. There is an actual distinct difference, but the ether, or the realm of chaos, contains the dominion of all gods. So no god can exist without chaos, because chaos is just magic. That's literally all it is. The two are completely like this. It's just that chaos is a very, when someone says chaos in Warhammer Fantasy and they're talking about like the dark gods or the warriors of chaos, they're referring to a very particular interpretation or sect of chaos, as opposed to like the entire composite of like the ether. Estevan Rushel, thanks so much for the Prime sub. So Archaon is having his faith shaken really bad right now, right? So he's suddenly thinking that, oh my God, Sigmar's not real. I've dedicated my entire life to a lie. There is no Sigmar. There's no Mor. There's no Ulrich. There's no Shalia. They're all fake. And Archaon, just like a lot of people recommend, doesn't believe this at first. He goes, no, this is bullshit. This can't be true. This can't be true. But there's another thing you need to know about before Archaon actually like gets to the point where he's able to read this book to this level. Archaon just almost got assassinated by the Grand Theogonist, right? So the Grand Theogonist during Archaon's time literally puts out kind of a hitman order on him and declares him a heretic, though he's done nothing wrong. Archaon has not done a single heretical act. He's not helped chaos in any way. He's lived a perfect life, and they try the Liber Caliestor. Thank you so much.
Badassitude_cheered. X100. Liber Calestia. Just started the book at weekend.
Yes, the Liber Calestor. Thank you. So no, it wasn't Volkmar. This was well over 100 years ago. This was before Volkmar was even born. So the Grand Theogonist had just tried to assassinate him, and he had been betrayed by a whole bunch of his fellow knights. All these people are trying to kill him because they know the prophecies about him. So he literally has everyone in his faith has turned against him because they're saying that he is basically the Antichrist. They're saying that he is this Archaon. And he's like, I haven't done anything. Why is everyone trying to kill me? And when he reads this book for himself, he realizes, oh, fuck, this is about me. And then he gets to the part where he basically learns that all of the gods are these aspects of chaos, and realizes, in his mind, realizes Sigmar is not real. And despite all of this genuinely massive amount of evidence staring him in the face, the book claims Sigmar isn't real. Every time you thought you were talking to Sigmar, you were just talking to the dark gods, and they're playing you like a puppet because they think it's funny, because the gods use mortals as puppets for their game, which is true. And the gods need us. They need mortals to fight. They need mortals to believe. They need mortals to do things. They feed off of us, which is also true. And because of that, the dark gods take on all these different guises and all these different fake identities. They create all these other religions, and they pretend to fight against themselves because the gods don't want the world to end. Not really. That would be the end of the game. No, the gods want to perpetuate the great game. They pretend to be Sigmar, and they give all these powers against chaos because it keeps the game going. And it keeps humans invested and dancing on their little strings. Don't you think it's weird that AZAZEL Cool was this unstoppable god until he got to Kislev, and then Magnus the Pious, a man who wasn't a warrior, he was a merchant that was a really good orator, but he wasn't like a particularly gifted warrior. Isn't it weird that he was able to fight AZAZEL Cool, the 12th ever chosen of Chaos, in single combat and killed him? How did a merchant from Nuln who was good at giving speeches manage to kill an ever chosen of Chaos? And the book says, because the Dark Gods did it. They pulled their power away from AZAZEL and gave it to Magnus so it would perpetuate the game. And Archaon's going, oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. And this is where Archaon breaks, because what Archaon does in this moment is he goes, it's not true. It's not true. I've known Sigmar all my life. Sigmar's always been with me. He's been in my heart. When I call on his power, Sigmar answers me. He comes to my aid. And so Kastner throws this book aside and...
Inquisitor Hammond cheered. X100. Volkmar is so old. The old ones and the Dragon Emperor call him Grandpa.
That's nice. That's not nice. You should apologize to him. He's an old man. He doesn't deserve that. Kitsune Avengers, thanks so much for tier 1 sub.
This explains why he hates chaos in Eos and Nats to kill all the chaos gods.
Yeah, we'll get to that. So Archaon in this moment goes to his Hail Mary and he calls on Sigmar. He reaches into himself, because being a Templar, he was able to manifest prayers. Like, Kastner was able to literally call upon the power of Sigmar to help him in fights. So in this moment, Kastner starts praying to Sigmar, and he says, Sigmar, show me a sign. Show me a sign that this book is full of shit. Show me a sign you're real. Anything. Like, just let me feel your power. You know, let me feel your divine strength like you've always done for me in the past. Prove to me you're real right now. Prove to me this isn't true. And nothing happens. There's just silence. And Kastner starts sweating and goes, oh, no, this can't be right. This can't be right. And so he keeps trying. Nothing happens. No matter what he says, no matter what he does, Sigmar doesn't answer him. And because of this, the only thing Kastner then hears, he doesn't hear the divine words of Sigmar. He doesn't feel the god's power flowing through his veins. He doesn't feel anything, but he hears something. And the thing he hears is the dark gods laughing at him. He literally hears the gods laughing. And at that moment, Archaon realizes it's all true. Everything the book says is true. It predicted everything about his life without him being alive. It tells him where he's going to go. And he looks at this book and he goes, no. You know what? No. Because Archaon does something a little different. Even though he does play into Chaos's hands. But to be fair, he tries to twist it on Chaos. Because Archaon looks at this and he goes, I will become Archaon. I will become the Everchosen, but I will never sell my soul to these gods, because fuck the gods. The gods are monsters. The gods manipulate us. They use us. They abuse us. I will kill the gods. That becomes Archaon's core, his molten core that's made of a will stronger than anything that exists. Yeah, the gods are selfish. Yeah. Archaon decides in that moment that he will kill the gods. But he knows enough about the gods that he realizes the only way to kill the gods is to kill everyone. That if Chaos wins, Archaon understands Chaos much better than most people do, because he studied Chaos most of his life, being a Templar Sigmar. They do that a lot because they're like trying to find ways to defeat the archenemy. And the thing a lot of Sigmarites that are very well versed, or anyone really, is understands about Chaos is that chaos is naturally self-defeating. Chaos is a force that ultimately will destroy itself if given enough time, but obviously that would not be ideal, because if it killed itself, it means that it's killed everything else. But Archaon decides that this is worth it. Archaon decides that if everyone dies, if all of reality is wiped out and everything ceases to be, the gods will choke on the torrent of death and they will starve. They will no longer have any souls to subside themselves on. No more souls, no more worship. Without their precious worshippers, without all of these creatures, the gods will die. And for humanity, for everyone that's ever lived, oblivion is better than being a puppet for a god. And so he becomes Archaon. Now, unfortunately for Archaon, there were pages missing from the book, and he did not know that there was actually a prophecy at the end of the book, because it's damaged, that talks about how he actually kind of gets his comeuppance from Sigmar, because Sigmar eventually does confront him. Sigmar confronts him in the end times, and what we find out is the reason Archaon could not connect with Sigmar, he didn't believe anymore. He kind of always had these seeds of doubt. He kind of always had these misgivings and these things that he would never admit to himself and never say out loud. But when he saw this prophecy, when he read this stuff, he lost his faith. He didn't believe that he lost his faith, but he did. So when he reached out to Sigmar, he wasn't reaching out as a genuine believer. And the Dark Gods were doing fucking everything in their power to isolate Archaon in that moment. And as much as I love Sigmar, his power is not anywhere near the Dark Gods. So they isolated him from Sigmar, and his faith wasn't enough to break through that. Archaon just couldn't handle it. Commissar Zura, thanks so much for the raid. Thank you. So that's the story of Archaon, and that's why Archaon fell to chaos. Hey, Commissar, how are you? I hope your internet was behaving you better today. I saw your post on Twitter. Don't go pop. Thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. But yeah, I love Archaon. I fucking love Archaon. And funny enough, in Age of Sigmar, like, the world got destroyed and Archaon realized that, oops, didn't work, because it turns out there were other worlds. So Archaon has systematically been destroying every planet since then. And in Age of Sigmar, all of reality is now concentrated in the mortal realms, and Archaon has changed his plan. He went from plan A, which was to kill everything so that the gods starve to death, to now Archaon is on plan B, which plan B is to become a chaos god and just kill the dark gods himself. Are the Archaon books any good? Yes and no. The Archaon books are a really fun read, and they will get you the general gist of Archaon, but the Archaon in the books is not the real Archaon. Because the author, how do I say this nicely? The author came up with a lot of really weird bullshit to, like, try and explain Archaon's story, because I don't think he understood Archaon's stories as well as I would have liked him to. And the author does a lot of really weird stuff to try and make Archaon just, it's a little much. Like, Archaon gets a giant chunk of warpstone literally embedded in one of his eyes, and the whole story is like, yep, he has a chunk of warpstone in his eyeball for the rest of time. And you may notice that Games Workshop was like, no. Archaon, you may notice that if you see Archaon, he's called the Three-Eyed King, because he has 3 eyes, and he does not have a giant chunk of warpstone in his head.
X200, and that's why he is the best character in all of Warhammer.
As much as I love a lot of Black Library books, they don't like to read the source material. From my understanding, Games Workshop basically gives them like some very broad bullet points, and then they write the book, and Games Workshop just kind of like vaguely looks at it and is like, yeah, it's fine. And then they publish it, and it's like weird. So like Black Library books, I love them. They add a lot of really fun context to characters, but you got to kind of take them with a grain of salt. And Archaon's story needs a lot of salt, because some weird shit happens in that book. Overall, would I recommend reading it? Yes. It's a very, very fun series. But like the stuff about Archaon's lover is a little sus. Archaon, like what happens to his eyes, pretty sus. The whole thing about Be'lakor has the ability to manipulate reality, because so in the book, Archaon dies a lot. Like Archaon dies multiple times before he's born because his mother like forcefully aborts him. She kills herself. Like he just doesn't survive being born. So every time he dies, Be'lakor literally basically winds back time and changes reality just a little bit. He just nudges it to make it where Archaon doesn't die. So he saves Archaon every time. I think Archaon dies like 20 times in the first book. Like Archaon kills himself. The first time Diedrich Kastner finds out that he's Archaon, his response is he hangs himself. Literally the first thing he does. But Be'lakor goes, no you don't, and rewinds time to like a different reality, like a split reality or an alternate universe where Archaon does not kill himself and does something else. Some Black Library books are gold, some of them not so much. And the Archaon series, it's fun, and it gives you a lot of lore about Archaon. It helps understanding Archaon's mindset a lot, but don't take it as canon. Just read it, it's fun, don't take it as canon. Is the Thorgrim novel gold? Yes. No, dude. Fuck no. The Thorgrim novel is platinum. Well, novella. I wish it was a full novel, but it's a novella. It is god tier. God tier book. So basically, Archaon is the best character in Warhammer because he killed Archaon. Yeah. He pulled a Hitler. Can you name some of the scariest fucking warriors in the Warhammer world that you think Be'lakor could actually beat? Snatterino, you really like asking about Be'lakor. Be'lakor, there we go. Who are some of the best warriors in the world Be'lakor could beat? Queek Headtaker, Deathmaster Snitch, Karl Franz, Malice Darkblade, Gorok, any of the lesser demon characters. So like Skull Taker, those kind of guys. Hopefully that's enough of a vague ballpark. Characters that aren't too big and aren't too heavily armored. Those are the really big problems for Be'lakor. If a character is like just decked in armor or is just super fucking tough, Be'lakor's gonna struggle. But if they're like vaguely human level toughness and they're not like completely decked out in like the best armor in the world, actually Karl Franz might have been, probably not Karl Franz actually. If Karl Franz was on Deathclaw, Karl Franz would win. But if he was on foot, Be'lakor would beat him. But like Grimgor Ironhide, Be'lakor's fucked. But take Skarsnik, Be'lakor wins. Or take Wurzag, Be'lakor's probably going to win. The Shield of Defiance is nuts. What's the most deadly dwarf artillery piece? In what circumstance? Amazing Bugbear. Be'lakor could beat Gorok? Yes, absolutely. Could Be'lakor beat a Vampire Lord? Yeah. How does Orion do fighting against each of the greater demons individually? Orion would beat Nakari, he'd beat Kairos, he'd beat Kugoth, he'd probably lose against Scarbrand. Who's older, Kolek or Durthu? Kolek. By a lot. Like thousands of years. Any chance we get an elf chaos champion? No Takala, sadly. We'll talk about that in a minute. Who'd win in a fight between Neferata and Moonclaw? Neferata, yeah, no, that wouldn't even be a contest. Moonclaw would get the shit kicked out of him by Neferata. The men of the Empire versus all the men joined forces from the Witcher universe. Who wins? My money's on the Empire. Their war machines are just way better. And they got, so their wizards are way better too. And from what I have seen of Witcher magic. Why would Nurgle want to bring the end times? The Dark Gods want the end times because they want to add the world to the realm of chaos. They want to make it into their ultimate playground. How strong is Mortkin? Lord Mortkin? He's pretty fucking strong. He was a contender to be ever chosen, so he was definitely up there. He was probably the most powerful undivided chaos champion mortal, besides Archaon himself. He was weaker than Archaon, but he was pretty strong. Also, he was somehow undivided but rode on a juggernaut. I don't know how that worked, but what can I tell you about the curses, how curses work in Warhammer, especially the curses Nagash put on the... Do I like the end times storyline? Do I like having my ass swiped with razor blades covered in salt? That's how I feel about the end times lore. There are parts of it that are really cool, but the general gist, no. All right, how do curses work? Most deadly dwarven piece against Skaven. Flame Cannon. Flame Cannon is a fucking nightmare for Skaven. Do I like Age of Sigmar lore? Yes, I love Age of Sigmar lore, actually. First edition was garbage. Everything since then has been pretty good. Third edition has been a lot of fun so far. How strong is Arbald the Undefeated? Well, he's called the Undefeated for good reason, so he's pretty fucking strong. Who's worse, Matt Ward or Steve Dossner? I don't remember off the top of my head what Steve has written. Matt Ward, I don't hate Matt Ward, just some of his decisions were interesting in a not necessarily good way. I don't think he killed, well, I think his rules writing hurt fantasy a lot, but I don't think he was single-handedly responsible for killing fantasy. But that 7th edition Demons book, oof, that was not good. Add. I need some music. See, while y'all are waiting for that, I can pull something up. I'm not going to claim this is fitting music. I just need something to listen to. We're just chilling. Do I think we're going to see another Lord Pack like the Champions of Chaos? Yes, especially if it proves popular. Where the Warcry vids at? Why would I? Oh, you mean like the reaction? I talked about it during last Lorebeards. Witcher soundtrack? No. I picked my soundtrack. You can deal with it. If we get to the end of the soundtrack, we'll do Witcher after. Oh my god, guys. Y'all got... There's so many fucking redeems here. Where should someone start if they're new to Warhammer? Go check it, Felix! Go check it, Felix, the first omnibus. Highly recommend. The first book's a little weird. I'm going to be honest. The first book, which is called Troll Slayer, you need some context for it. Understand that Troll Slayer is a collection of short stories and like magazine articles that were basically put together to make the first book. The second book is an actual novel. So Skaven Slayer is like a full story. So the first book could be a little weird. Some people read Troll Slayer and they're like, oh, I don't like this. I don't like how it's like a completely different story every 5 pages. That's only the first book. Once you get past the first book, it's like a completely normal series. And it's super fun, and it'll introduce you to a lot of the Warhammer world. Malekith really hates snow. Why? It's literally a Darth Vader joke. But also, Malekith really loved Ulthuan, and he sees it as his like rightful home, and Nagaroth is kind of the opposite of Ulthuan in every way. Poor guy basically moved from like prime, like most beauteous part of Europe to like absolute shit tier winter Canada that nobody lives in.
Wired Beardy cheered. X250. So next Chaos Lord pack, who are you most excited about and why Gal launch?
Weirdy Beardy. Okay. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out. I think there's going to be another Chaos pack that's going to have 4 legendary lords, 1 for each god, and it's going to give us monsters, the missing characters, because we only got like, so there are 2 types of heroes and 2 types of lords for the Warriors of Chaos. You got fighter character, wizard character at both tiers, right? And we only got 1 for each, right? So like we don't have a Nurgle sorcerer lord, but we also don't have a Slaanesh. No. We don't have a Nurgle sorcerer hero, and we don't have a Slaanesh sorcerer lord, right? So I'm thinking we're gonna get another one, and distant future, and it's gonna come with monsters. So Chimera, Mutalith Vortex Beast, Slaughter Brute. I think we're gonna get marked Chaos Giants, and then we're gonna get all of the missing characters. And then the 4 legendary lords I would expect in that pack are Dakala the Denied One for Slaanesh, which frankly, I'll say I was really expecting Dakala for this pack, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So Dakala the Denied, probably Valnir the Reaper for Nurgle, Arbal the Undefeated for Khorne, and who am I missing? Tzeentch. Probably Egrim von Horseman for Tzeentch. That would be my guess. Do I reckon that pack will bring an end times mechanic? No, because the base game has an end times mechanic. I don't know if you've heard about it, but if you play Immortal Empires, when you get into the late game, you will get a randomly generated end times event. It's not called an end times event, but you get like a super crazy scenario.
When you get Chaos Dwarfs, this or next year.
Nangon77, my prediction for Chaos Dwarfs is this November. No Aegeal Steersborn? No, I could not care less about Aegeal Steersborn. I'm sorry. Gutrot Spume? Gutrot Spume I feel would do better in like a Lord pack. Like a Versus pack. Who would we get for Mono Gods? Mono Gods next are gonna probably get lesser demon characters. So Skull Taker for Khorne, the Mask for Slaanesh, Epidemius for Tzeentch, or Nurgle, and the Blue Scribes for Tzeentch. As for what they're gonna do past that, I don't know. It's tricky. Like, I feel like there could be mortal and or creatures in the Mono Gods. I don't feel like it has to be purely demons. But I feel like the warrior characters are gonna stay in the warriors roster. So it's like, what is there that's not a warrior, right? To me, Tarmakon, for instance, Tarmakon I would put in Mono God Nurgle. I would not put Tarmakon in the Warriors of Chaos, in my personal opinion. I feel like he's too big. Like, he's like on another scale. So maybe like for Tzeentch, that's where we could put Galrach, right? Maybe Galrach could be Mono God Tzeentch. Stuff like that. Who do I think will be moved into Black Crag? It better fucking be Gorfang Rockgut. It better be Gorfang Rockgut. Thanks for the bits again, by the way, guys. I don't think the Changeling would be a good legendary lord. I think the Changeling is going to be a legendary hero, but he's weird. I did go over the Warcry rap in Lorebeard's map. I specifically remember talking about it. Do I think Steercar of the Swordsvinar will be added? No, I don't. Bro, the Realms of Chaos campaign map is going to be all chaos, so what order faction could there be to balance? I don't know yet. I have to think about it.
Badgerbane cheered. X100. Have CA said whether we're getting Nagash? I noticed Nagash remains suspiciously empty on the campaign map.
Badgerbane, I will bet you my entire YouTube channel that we will get Nagash eventually. That is how confident I am we will get Nagash. Do I know what happens to Sartorial? He's still in the game, to my knowledge. I don't know what he's, like, gonna do now, but he's still in there. Isn't Nagash a bit too powerful? Bitch, we got Lord Mazdamundi. No, Nagash, like, end times Nagash was a little strong, but the Nagash we'll be playing with presumably will have to work his way up the ladder. What do I think of the Warhammer Armies project? I think they do really impressive work, but sometimes I hate how realistic they make their army books because a lot of people think it's canon and then they come to me and they're like, you're a terrible lore master. I read this. And I'm like, what's your source? And they're like, this. And I'm like, that's not real. That's a fan-made project. And they go, oh, that happens a shocking amount of the time. Do I think they'll ever make Karak Azorn playable? Azorn? Probably not. Who are the arch nemesis of each of the new Warrior of Chaos legendary lords in the lore? The new lords. If you include end time shenanigans, Festus the Leech Lord's arch nemesis was Festus the Leech Lord's only really, like, big fight, like a character he actually traded attacks with, was actually Vlad von Karstein. Vlad von Karstein had a big fight against Festus, and Vlad killed him. Because Festus murdered Luin Leonkur after Luin was basically disabled after killing Kugoth Plaguefather. So Luin and Kugoth had a really big fight. Luin won, but he was, like, crippled. Festus literally walks up behind him and slits his throat and kills him. And then Vlad gets super fucking pissed because Vlad actually really liked Luin because he was like, oh, this guy's super honorable. I like this guy's style. And then he sees him get murdered like a absolute punk. Like he gets bitch killed because Festus fought dirty. And Vlad was like, you bitch. And then he fights Festus. Festus kills him. But Vlad, has the ring. So Festus is like, haha, I won. And then while he's distracted, Vlad comes back to life and kills him.
Joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Darius, thanks so much for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Villitch's biggest rival, funny enough, is Archaon. Villitch, if you read Archaon's saga, Villitch tried to assassinate Archaon and he got really close. Villitch probably got closer to killing Archaon than most anybody.
Giga_Gongans cheered.
But yeah, he pulled a fast one on him.
Why did Vlad not give the blood kiss to Luin then?
Because he was dead. You can't blood kiss a corpse. Once you're dead, you're fucking dead. That's it. But yeah, Villitch lured Archaon to Bretonnia because Villitch told him he knew where the Crown of Domination was, which was the last treasure that Archaon needed, and Archaon had been looking for it for decades. And Villitch was like, hey, if you help me kill this Bretonian Duke I don't like, then I will tell you where it is. And Archaon was like, fine. So they had this big epic fight, and in the middle of it, Villitch turns on Archaon and tries to assassinate him. And it doesn't work. He gets close, but he doesn't manage to kill him, and Archaon then is like, bitch, I'm gonna murder you, and Villitch is like, haha, run away, and he gets away. For Valkya, I don't know who Valkya's biggest rival would be. Probably Hellebron from, like, a religious standpoint, but I could also see it argued that it could be honestly probably Azazel. And then Azazel, or well, I don't know, maybe Sigvald. I mean, Valkya fucking hates Slaanesh, so maybe she'd go after Sigvald. And then Azazel would want to go after Grand Theogenes Volkmar or Karl Franz, either one. How is there no DLC by now? Bitch, we're literally talking about the DLC. What? We're literally talking about it right now. We're looking at it. In AOS, is Manfred hated by everyone? He's hated by a lot of people, and he also has a lot of self-hatred. He's going through a lot these right now. Are you late? No, you're right on time. What would happen to Golmaraz if a demon got their hands on it? If they could pick it up, which they probably could, it just wouldn't do anything. It'd just be a hammer. Can I tell you about how curses work in Warhammer, especially the curses? Okay, so, oh god, generally speaking, there are a lot of different ways to curse people in Warhammer. The hags of Kislev, or the hag mothers, and the, oh fuck, what are they called? Hag mothers and hag witches. There we go. The hag mothers and hag witches of Kislev are very good at curses. That being said, a curse of their sort tends to require specific things. So it's a very, very specific type of spell or ritual that often requires something that belongs to the person being cursed. And they can curse you with like bad luck or like frail health and other stuff like that. But when you're talking about vampire curses, so Nagash is the lord of the undead. He is the great necromancer. All undead originate from Nagash. And the thing about Nagash is Nagash has a fundamental understanding and control over undeath, the likes of which are beyond any other entity in existence. He's basically a god. And every time Nagash has been doing something really important after the vampires were created, the vampires are beholden to Nagash. They were created through a bastardized version of his own work, and while it allowed them to become immortal vampires, one of the big downsides was that they basically became fully reliant on the sorceries Nagash himself had invented, and Nagash understands them at basically like an anatomical level. So whenever they did things that pissed Nagash off, Nagash can literally use his magic to reach into the strings of the fabric of what makes up vampires, and he alters it. So he's basically reaching out through magic, because vampires are innately magical creatures. They're sustained by dark magic. Without magic, vampires do not exist. They would just be a corpse. They just die. So Nagash is so adept at necromancy that he is literally able to reach in to the very fabric magic that makes vampires exist, and he alters it to basically curse them. So he changes the rules by which they behave and grants them weaknesses because he's pissed at them. So he basically says to them, after they betrayed him in Nehekara, he tells them, never again will you be able to stand sunlight. So sunlight is anathema to them and it hurts them. Now, a really, really powerful vampire can be in the sun, and it's like, you know, it's unpleasant, but it's not going to kill him. Like Vlad von Karstein can stand in the sun, no problem. He would probably be squinting, and he would definitely be less powerful than he would fighting in like the dark. And Vlad's so powerful, he just conjures storms to follow him around because he doesn't want to deal with it. But like, they can handle being in sunlight, they just prefer not to. A weaker vampire will just fucking die. Like if a very newly turned vampire or just a fairly weak vampire gets caught in sunlight, dead, fucking dead instantly. They just like, they'll go and just, you know, burn up. And then after the whole Sigmar defeated Nagash and the vampires didn't show up to help him at the Battle of the River Reich incident, Nagash was like, okay, vampires, you're not going to help me against this bullshit god shit. Well, fuck you. You're weak to all gods now. And he basically, you know, so he made it so that whenever someone invokes their faith, particularly Sigmar, it is anathema to them. It hurts them. That religious or faith-based magic essentially is a kryptonite to them. Necromancers need to be buffed in game. I agree. Anyway, that's how those curses work. Do I think we're going to see some AOS units in Warhammer? Maybe. I wouldn't bet on it, but I think it's distinctly possible. Sustained by dark magic as in the lore of dark. The lore of dark magic is dark magic. Yes, but dark magic, the lore is basically dark elves wielding pure dark magic to obliterate your face with. So like, is it the same substance? Yes, but it essentially yes, but that's kind of like saying, like, if I take the components of a bullet and I put it next to a bullet that's been refined, are these the same? Technically, yes, but also no. But like fundamentally, yes. Who's the next Norska legendary lord I would add? Muna Mim! Give me Muna Mim, you cowards. Give me Muna Mim. I made a video on her. She's fucking awesome. I want Muna Mim so bad. She's a Famir Mirg, also known as a Famir matriarch. So imagine a big scary Famir with a unique lore of magic who is big and scary. And then we could get Famir Nobles as a new lord type, which would give us a monstrous lord. And as a free LC, we could get Norskin Shaman Sorcerer Lords, which would give us magic lords. And then we could get Cursed Ettins as a new monster for Norska. And maybe we could get like a werebear unit. And I don't know, some other cool stuff. Yeah, anyway. Valnir the Reaper trivia. Valnir the Reaper was a super big, scary chaos lord of Nurgle who wielded a big scythe, sickle thing. Scythe. So he reaped people literally. He was very, very terrifying. He was one of the lieutenants of Azavar Kul, who was the 12th ever chosen. So Azavar Kul had a lieutenant, one for each of the dark gods. And his Nurgle lieutenant was Valnir the Reaper, who was a big, scary fighter. He fought throughout the Great War against Chaos, but Valnir the Reaper was ultimately killed at the Battle of the Gates of Kislev. Lucky Lucas, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. So Valnir the Reaper died at the Battle of the Gates of Kislev because he fought a duel against Tsar Nicholas. And Tsar Nicholas, surprisingly, Tsar Nicholas was a badass in his own right, but Tsar Nicholas managed to kill him. So Tsar Nicholas struck him down and murdered him, killed him in battle. But Valnir the Reaper's worshippers, followers, whatever you want to call them, they took his body and fled from the field of battle. And they built a monolith and buried him beneath it, which happens a lot with Chaos Champions. When Chaos Champions die, 9 times out of 10, their followers are going to take their body and put them somewhere and build a monolith on top of it. So the monolith of the Reaper was constructed, but a prophecy was foretold. And the followers of Nurgle wrote a prophecy into the monolith that, according to visions that were gifted to them by Nurgle, just like with many aspects of Nurgle, death is not permanent. And one day, Valnir the Reaper would complete his cycle of decay and return to life once more. And when that day comes, he would return from the dead and emerge from his monument and resume his conquest across the world. And I believe during the end times, Valnir did come back. Of course, there are like rumors in the modern age that he already has come back, but yeah. Oh gosh. Odds are Lord Mortkin gets added as a Norskan Lord. 0, I would say. I don't mean to be a bummer, but Mortkin would not fit as a Norskan character. He's from Norska, that's true, but he's so big. Like he's so heavily Warrior of Chaos that it's just kind of goofy. So for anyone that's a fan of Norska, the characters I would recommend to look out for, there are 3 characters you should look out for. You should look out for Sael the Faithless, who he's technically a Dolgan, not a Norskan, but like Sael the Faithless is like a really, really powerful shaman sorcerer lord who even has his own personal pet chaos spawn named Nightmaw. I would also keep a lookout for Bjorg Bearstruck. So Bjorg Bearstruck is a werebear. So he's this really burly, super badass worshiper of chaos who can transform into a fucking giant bear. So like a skin wolf, but a bear. So like imagine a skin wolf legendary lord that's just way fucking scarier. And he even travels around with I think his tribe can also turn into bears, so they might also give us just a unit of werebears, which would be really cool.
Token trinket.
Hey, Pokey Pineapple! Oh, thanks so much for the $10 tip. Thank you so much.
Your offering for Molder Clan.
Oh, Throat took a really long time on that one.
Pokey Pineapple
Thank you so much.
$10.
Thank you so
I
much.
absolutely love these lore streams, Sotek. Hope this helps you out.
And the last character I would recommend to keep an eye out on is Muna Mim. And Muna Mim is a Famir matriarch. So that gives you kind of like a monstrous caster lord that's very like monster and Famir focused. Then you've got kind of a classic human legendary lord that is a wizard, being Sile the Faithless. And Sile the Faithless also rides on a mammoth a lot. Putting Wulfric on a mammoth was weird. I don't know why. Well, I know why they gave Wulfric a mammoth, because they were just like, oh, this will be cool. And as much as I listen, I love CA. I love them to death. They give way too many characters fucking stupid ass mounts. Massively stupid ass mounts. Just the dumbest fucking mounts in the universe. We got Wulfric on a mammoth, which doesn't make any fucking sense. We've got Teclis on an arcane phoenix. That doesn't make any fucking sense. We've got Tomb Kings riding horses. That just spits in the face of the lore. So many stupid fucking mounts. Anyway. I fucking hate how many mounts they've given characters. But anyway, but yeah, Sile the Faithless should be your mammoth character. And then you love mounts? Well, yeah, that's fine, but that's what generic characters are for. The thing that makes the generic characters special is that you can put them on whatever you want. Is Felhard on a dragon lore friendly? No, I would not say so. What's his dragon's name? Storm or Tempest or something? That was made up by CA, and it doesn't fit Lokir's fighting style. Lokir Felhard's fighting style is that he prefers to be among his troops. Maelstrom, thank you. But Lokir Felhard's like particular battle style is very much about agility and like bouncing around between fights to take advantage of people getting distracted and like stabbing them in the back and decapitating them and doing a lot of flips and stuff. Like his whole thing is that he like does a lot of flips. You can't flip on a dragon. You're just on a dragon. Karl Franz needs his dragon mount in IE. I don't think I agree. If you want to do the Emperor Dragon, that's fine. It should be a Regiment of Renown. I don't think it should be a mount, because that would lock it to only Karl Franz's campaign, and Karl Franz should be on Deathclaw. You could flip on a dragon. Do it. Do a flip. Do I think we'll get more Albion lore? Yes. In Warhammer the Old World, yes. Oh gosh. Okay, let's see if I can get caught up on these. So if Villitch's brother is sentient, could he give into despair and sell his soul to Nurgle? No, because he's already completely bound to Tzeentch. He was a Tzeentch boy already. But if it makes you feel better, Tommen does eventually turn the tables on Villitch, because during the end times, Villitch fails on a really important mission for Archaon, which kind of earns Tzeentch's ire. And in that moment, Tommen is the one praying that their roles be reversed, and Tzeentch answers his call and flips them so that Tommen is in control and Villitch becomes the idiot who's not able to do anything and is held at his brother's mercy. And then we never see them again after that. Presumably they died. Why does Nurgle like to kidnap ladies? I don't know. 40k did it first. It's a little weird, to be honest. But I do like the idea of Shalia wanting to be the Pax Fulcrum. Like, it kind of feels like Shalia did it on purpose, because Shalia deliberately uses her position as the Pax Fulcrum so that she can whisper cures to the mortal world. Why are horses not friendly for Tomb Kings? Oh boy. Oh boy. Tomb Kings, 8th edition, the last printed book. I would like to read you a passage about Geheb, the Lord of the Earth, and one of the Tomb King gods. And you tell me if it sounds like Tomb King should be riding on horses. Okay? Where the fuck is the page? I know where it is on a page, I just don't remember which page. No, that's Katep. No, that's Gods. Toonguard. Realm of Souls. Legions of Legend. Nagash being a bitch. King Far. Rules. Lich Priest. Blessed Arrows. Monhotep the Intolerant. Oh, that's amusing. Anyway. Tomb Guard. Is it included in the horse section? Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing. Scorpions. Crimson King. Horse Statuary. Creator of the Walking Dead. Nakaf talking. Nope. Ramhotep. Magic. Banners. Maybe it is here. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I think it's under chariots. Ah, here we go. Here we are. Chariots. Nehekara was the first great civilization of mankind, and the place where men first used horse and chariot in battle. This was a great accomplishment, for horses had only recently been bred as beasts of war, but it was considered undignified for those of noble blood to touch such lowly brutes, let alone ride them. However, with the invention of the chariot, the ruling classes of Nehekara could take to battle with the speed of a stallion. The ancient armies of Nehekara included vast forces of swift chariots, and each carried an arsenal of weapons. The ad timing, fuck. Ad. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'll just read it again. What page? Page 38. Second paragraph. First sentence. Are the ads done? Ads done? Let me know when you're done. Done? Okay. So I'm going to read it again. Nehekara was the first great civilization of mankind, and the place where men first used horse and chariot in battle. This was a great accomplishment, for horses had only recently been bred as beasts of war, but it was considered undignified for those of noble blood to touch such lowly brutes, let alone ride them. So yeah, if you put a Tomb Prince or a Tomb King on a horse, you're breaking the lore! Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's already in the game, I don't care. But I always, like, if you think, I will say this, if you think there's not a person at CA who has had to deal with me being like, technically, you shouldn't be able to do this thing because it says this in the lore, you'd be wrong. There is definitely someone at CA who's had to deal with that. Can I change the BGM to Skyrim Tavern music? Yeah, fine. Why don't y'all like my Breath of the Wild music, huh? What's wrong with Breath of the Wild? I guess it can get a little tense sometimes. Boop. Actually, do this one. Do I think they'll make a Total War 40k? Stromny, I would bet a lot of money there's a Total War 40k in the works. I don't think it's going to come out for a while, but I do believe there's one in the works. 10-hour stream Pog, don't you fucking bet on it. Do I think Felix and Gotrek and Felix still lives? Felix in Gotrek and Felix, or sorry, Felix in Age of Sigmar is currently dead, but his soul is still around. We've seen his soul. Gotrek has literally talked to him. Where is his soul? I don't know. Do I think Felix will come back? Yes, but I don't think he will rejoin Gotrek as a companion. I think even if Felix does come back, they're gonna have him like go do something. Because unfortunately, he seems stuck with Malineth, as much as I don't like Malineth that much. Where does Gorok stand? What? What do you mean, where does Gorok stand, Obicus? He stands on the tallest pyramid in Itza? When he's not in battle, he just kind of stands there like a statue, and he doesn't move until they put all his gear on him. And once they put all his gear on him, he's like, all right, let's do this. And then they give him an order and he goes and fights. Have I finished Soul Slayer? Nope, I haven't picked it up yet, so please don't spoil it. How powerful is the revered spirit Tlanksha in relation to other artifact raid weapons? It is insanely powerful. The revered spirit of Tlanksha is one of the most powerful weapons in the world because it's an old one weapon, they are nuts. That being said, where does it label? Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see it as much as I would have liked. I really would have liked to see it more used, but Lizardman did not get much time in the sun in fantasy, unfortunately. But I would probably put it in the top 10 most powerful weapons. You meant as a duelist. Oh, Gorok? Gorok is a terrifying fucking duelist. Gorok does not feel pain, chat. He literally cannot feel, he literally just doesn't feel pain, and he's a foot taller than all other Saurus. He's fucking huge, and his shield weighs so much, it takes like a squad of skinks to lift it up to him. And his shield is also so tough that he literally just slams it into the ground when somebody charges him, and chariots shatter against it, and monsters have like broken bones trying to move him. There is no fucking force on this earth that budges that lizard man thing once he plants that thing. He is a damn scary duelist. Will we ever be able to play as the Strigoi? Yes, I believe so. I don't have any like hard proof, but I believe very strongly. Andy97 Pandy, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Kroq-Gar on foot versus Gorok. Who would win? Probably Gorok. Gorok is like... Gorok's very scary. I mean, I feel like Kroq-Gar would find a way to beat him, but he wouldn't be able to do it through like... He would have to use his knowledge and skill to beat him. Gorok is very, very scary as when it's just being a brute. To step back from my never-ending Belagar question, can I tell you the importance of the 8 peaks? Yeah, fun fact, the Karak 8 peaks actually predates Karaza Karak. Karak 8 peaks was founded by Valea, and it was in many ways the greatest of the holds. Many argue, and I think rightly so, that Karak 8 Peaks was actually more splendorous than Karaza Karak in its prime. Unfortunately, many of the things that made Karak 8 Peaks so glorious would end up being its downfall. Most notably, the exposed Overcity to like the open sky, which many dwarf holds, the idea of having a portion of the hold above ground is like fucking sacrilegious. But Karak 8 Peaks had a notable portion of the upper keep, and much of the upper city was exposed to the air because they were protected by the 8 mountains, and they thought they were invulnerable. And to be fair, they were, until the very earth beneath them cracked open due to the earthquakes. So that was a bummer. But it was known as the Jewel of the Karaz Angkor for good reason. I see open space on the west of Lustria for a certain seafaring dragon. Yeah, possibly. Do I think we'll get marked beastmen somehow in the future? Yes. I hope. I really hope so. I think we will get marked beastmen. I hope we get marked beastmen. Malekith really hates snow. Why? I already answered that. It's a Darth Vader meme. but also I think he misses Ulthuan a lot, and Ulthuan does not have snow like that. At least most of the time. But Naggaroth's just an ugly place, dude. What does drinking the blood of dragons do to vampires? Drinking the blood of a dragon cures the curse of vampirism. So it has to be, it can't just be any dragon. It has to be a powerful dragon. It cannot just be like your typical dragon. It can't be like a sun dragon of the high elves. It's got to be a big dragon. Like it has to be a star dragon or emperor class dragon. But a sufficiently ancient dragon's blood cures the imperfections in the vampiric curse that the vampires have from the original elixir of immortality. So they no longer require blood. They're no longer cursed with any of the imperfections. So no more weakness to sunlight. They're far more durable. They're significantly more powerful. And they do not have to feed on blood or dark magic anymore. They are true immortals with none of the downsides. Don't they have to drink a shitload of dragon blood? That also seems to be the case, yes. How powerful is Hashit compared to the other gods? He's like mid-tier. Hashit doesn't have a lot of followers. The Chaos Dwarfs are a fairly small population. And very, very, very few people know of Hashit's existence outside of the Chaos Dwarfs and like the Hobgoblin slaves. So he just doesn't have that many worshippers, so his power level is fairly limited. He's probably he is the weakest of the dark gods that we like hear about a lot.
Dragon? Also, what would the Cathayans or elves say if they saw Elspeth's dragon in person?
What about a Carmine dragon? Yeah, a Carmine dragon would probably be sufficient to cure vampirism, yes. Because Carmine dragons are a very, very powerful type of dragon. Because they are dragons that have been sufficiently infused with death magic to the point where it has vastly changed their development. And they tend to be pretty big and nasty. What would the elves or Cathayans say? I mean, they probably wouldn't have that big of a reaction to Elspeth's dragon. Elspeth does not have the only Carmine dragon in existence. She's the only person we know that has a Carmine dragon for a mount, but Carmine dragons are a species. There's more of them out in the world. They probably wouldn't be that shocked. I don't think either of them would be terribly fond of her relationship with them. Like the Cathayans find the idea of someone riding a dragon to be very like insulting and degrading. So to them, that they would be very not impressed with that dragon in particular. And the elves would probably not be terribly fond of the fact that she's using magic to force the Carmine dragon to obey her. It's her slave, not her partner. And elves have a very strong relationship with their dragons. There's a lot of like particulars and societal pressures that come with having a dragon mount, because it's not a pet, it's a companion, a very, very important companion. So Elspeth would probably not be very well liked by either of them because of the way she uses her dragon. Because she uses her dragon. She is not friends with her dragon. It is a slave to her. How well does Vlad at peak stand up to Chaos Champions? Or Vlad could absolutely take a greater demon at his peak, which Vlad is often at his peak. As long as he's has his ring, he's at his peak. But Vlad can go toe to toe with anybody. Like Vlad von Karstein at his absolute height could fight Archaon the Everchosen. I think Archaon would win, but like he could fight him. What's my favorite Empire Knightly Order? We talked about this a lot on a Lorebeards episode, but my favorite Knightly Order is the Knights of Mor. I love the Knights of Mor because I am an absolute bitch for black armor with gold trim. Typically their armor is all black, but there is some artwork that has gold trim. I love their skull helmets. I also love that they use crossbows because they're practical, and I appreciate that. How scary would it be if a thunder lizard got Nurgle plagued? We have that. It's called a toad dragon. We already have that though. A toad dragon is fucking huge. However big you think a toad dragon is, you're wrong. It's bigger. Favorite Grombrindle moment? My favorite moment of Grombrindal. Honestly, this may sound goofy, but his speeches from his 4 quest battles, which we got so many Grombrindal quest battles, which was we got spoiled. His quest battle speeches are fucking incredible. I love them. Got a silly question, but how come the dwarves are still healthy, skilled fighters when all they drink is ale? Because dwarven beer / ale is not like ours. Their dwarves are very, very particular about their brewing process, and Valea taught them how to make proper beer and ale, not that weak umgi shit, or umgak. And their beer is nutritional. How? I don't know. They don't reveal their brewing process in the lore, unfortunately. It's a dwarf secret. They would rather die than tell you. But dwarf ale is fully nutritional. You can literally live on just it. It's not recommended. It's recommended you should eat food alongside it. But dwarfs can persist purely on dwarf beer. What's my favorite beer? I don't have one. I don't drink. It's TLDR, my genetics historically have not mixed well with alcohol, and I have to take anti-anxiety drugs to
some tweaks. I love it. Smiley face.
My anxiety, I take anti-anxiety drugs to survive because my brain is bad and needs help. it needs correcting, and these drugs just say you should not drink under any circumstances. So, you know, those two things combined, I just don't. Okay. So Chaos and here are the only ones able to use magic and full plate armor. Oh, no. Okay, so wearing full plate. Chaos sorcerers can wear full plate. If you want to get technical, there are other wizards that can as well. For instance, metal wizards. Metal wizards can wear metal armor because the metal they wear literally conducts the wind of metal. The lore of metal is naturally drawn to it. That being said, to wield magic while wearing lots of armor tends to require a lot of practice. It's usually not something that you can just do on the fly. It's something you have to work at. The only races in Warhammer Fantasy that are known to wear lots of armor despite being wizards is Chaos. And they're not wizards, but like runesmiths and rune lords obviously tend to wear a lot of armor. That's really it. Don't high elf mages do it? No. Malekith, well, yeah, Malekith, but Malekith doesn't really like wear armor. He is the armor. Yeah, vampires. Vampires are another one. Yep. Yeah, vampires, warriors of chaos. I think that's it. Yeah, Loremasters of Hoeth wear heavy armor, but yeah, they're not very good wizards. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs. That's another one. Chaos Dwarfs. Yep. Yeah, so Chaos Dwarfs, Vampire Lords, or vampires in general, and Chaos Sorcerers. That's really it. Those are the only characters you really see wearing a lot of armor. In the lore, yeah, there's more diversity. Like you'll definitely encounter. It's very likely you would encounter an elf wearing some armor. In the lore, metal wizards tend to wear metal armor, so they can often be very heavily armored. Beast wizards tend to wear leather armor, so they tend to be armored, lightly armored, but still armored, because the, leathers naturally attract the wind of beasts. Fun fact, a metal wizard would never wear leather under their armor. So you know how a lot of armor like stacks, so like you tend to have leather components that you then put the metal components on, because it offers additional protection. It also like prevents chafing and stuff like that. Metal wizards can't do that. They have to do like robes, then armor. No leather, because the leather would actually repulse the wind of Chaman. Is Max Scriber a metal or fire wizard or both? I thought Max was a light wizard. I think it depends on which book you're reading, because the authors were kind of inconsistent about it, but I think he's supposed to be a light wizard. We need the wind of cloth. All cloths are fine for magic. They don't get in the way.
Nangan77 cheered. X100. I really like the Azazel design, but he could have more hair.
Yeah. Balthazar Gelt is wearing armor? No, he's not. He's wearing thick robes and a mask that is probably covering his gold-plated skin. He probably is metal at this point. If a Slaanesh wore armor, how awesome would it be? It would be pretty awesome, I'm gonna lie. Are Sacred Kroq-Gars canon? Close enough. They're new, but I don't really see any reason why they wouldn't be canon.
In lead armor.
No, you would not want wizards in lead armor. If you put a wizard in lead armor, they would be completely disconnected from the winds of magic. You want them in gold armor. Yeah, if you put them in lead armor wizards, it just wouldn't be a wizard. It would just be a guy. Can runic armor disrupt wizard magic? If it's designed to, yeah. There are runes that are able to repel magic. What can I tell you about the Golden Magus? If he'll ever be added, I don't think we'll get the Golden Magus. I would much rather they create an original character who's like a full Arabian that isn't a secret Tzeentch worshiper. But the Golden Magus is one of the captains from the Dreadfleet storyline and expansion, and he is the Arabian captain. So he's from Araby. He is Arabian. He's a full-on Magus slash. What was his position? I want to say he was I think he was a sheik technically, but the Golden Magus was a very, very wealthy and powerful sorcerer from Araby who lived on the coast, and he ends up joining up with Captain Diego Roth to help them fight against Count Noctilus and the Dreadfleet. So the Golden Magus, he has an ogre crew. He relies on a lot of ogres because he can afford them, and he also relies on elemental djinns. So he has a habit of capturing djinns inside of like jars, and basically whenever he needs them, he has the jars opened or shattered, and then the elemental comes out and he says, I will give you your freedom in exchange for X. So he had a water elemental who would repair his ship, and he had a wind elemental that would make his ship move faster, and he had, because it would like fill the sails and stuff, and he had a fire elemental that would come out and just like rain death and destruction on his enemies. Those are the ones we saw. Presumably he had more, but it ends up turning out though that he's a worshiper of Tzeentch. So during the Dreadfleet storyline, basically everybody dies except for the Golden Magus and Arnes Assault Spite. Arnes Assault Spite, we don't know exactly what happens to her, but she does manage to escape. The Golden Magus gave her a prosthetic mermaid tail that she ends up, long story short, her ship is destroyed. She ends up killing the captain of the Black Kraken, who was a Chaos Dwarf. And after she kills him, she rips off her own prosthetics and puts on the mechanical pseudo mermaid tail, and allows her to escape, presumably back to Manon, her father, or well, her pseudo father, her adoptive father, whatever you want to call it. And the Golden Magus is the only one that survives, and he takes over the Maelstrom and he claims it for Tzeentch. Do you think we'll get Kabanda? No. I do not. Yeah, if you are a wizard that is wearing armor, it blocks the winds of magic. Like, armor really fucks with the winds. You really don't want to be wearing it unless obviously the armor that you're wearing is attuned to a particular wind. So like metal is attuned to shaman and leather is attuned to gur. But a wizard can be trained to wear armor. Basically, you kind of learn to just deal with it. And deal with the muting effect armor has. So a wizard that practices a lot and is like a full-on battle mage, and they've like trained a lot to wear that armor, they can deal with the ramifications of it. They can deal with the way it deadens the winds. But it's not it's gonna make your casting harder no matter what you do, unless you're dealing with like really particular types of winds. Like chaos sorcerers are able to deal it because they're just like, they don't give a shit, and they're able to do some really nasty stuff. But it's very rare for a wizard to wear armor because it's very difficult. Do you think we'll get Shadowblade or Neferata? I think we will absolutely 100 billion% undeniably get Neferata. Shadowblade, I think there's an okay chance we'll get him. Norska, Azazel and Norska kind of confirms Valkya and Nagaroth. I have felt very strongly Valkya will be in Naggaroth. That would make a lot of sense. Like Loremasters of Hoeth, don't they wear armor too? They do, but they're very basic spellcasters. Loremasters of Hoeth are first and foremost warriors that are heavily armored, and secondly, they are wizards, but they're not very good wizards.
Wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Azazel is gonna get Garl Miraz to the face.
Lord Inquisitor Ignis, hell yeah, brother. Thanks for the 11 months, I really appreciate it. Wouldn't be the first time he's eaten Galmaraz. How old is Belagar? That's tough. I have a very long lore video. It's basically a movie, actually, on Belagar. I'd highly recommend you go check it out. I'm very, very proud of it. I think it's like 3 hours long, the full version. And you can go check it out. It has a lot of details on Belagar. How old is Belagar? He's at least 200 to 300 years old. Like, he's got he's a white beard. He's almost as old as Thorgrim. He's old. But he's not, though. The Belagar you meet in Gotrek and Felix is a very, very different Belagar. The Belagar in Gotrek and Felix was a prior iteration where he's like ancient, like he can like barely move and he's like past his prime and all this shit. The Belagar that we got retconned is much more like
worst/hardest
in his prime.
solo campaign, Manfred. Best coup campaign, Manfred and Archaon versus the world. Thoughts?
I think Archaon and Manfred versus the world will be an extremely fun co-op campaign. Do I think Manfred has the hardest campaign? I don't know, dude. I actually think Cetra will be harder than Manfred, just because Tomb King's mechanics do not lend themselves as well to like an aggressive early game, whereas vampires, you can definitely pull some shenanigans very quickly. I feel like Cetra is going to be pretty fucking difficult. Because you are just surrounded by people that don't like you. Check Twitter. Okay. Hold on. Chat, you're on screen. Say hi to YouTube, because this will probably go up on YouTube later. It's your moment. Claim your fame. Ha ha! I love that. Hey, Dre, I need to talk to you about something about stuff later, but I love that. Yeah, go ahead and go forward with that. There's some stuff I need to talk to you about when I have a hot minute. Because I had an idea relating to emotes that I want to go forward with. Don't worry, you'll get more money out of it, so it'll be good for you. But yeah, that looks great. All right, anyway, that's enough. You've had enough, chat. You've had enough. Okay, I answered that. What do I think the other start positions will be for the rest of the Champions DLC? Lore-wise, anyway. Okay. Let's see. I think, from a lore perspective, what they would do... They're going to put Valkya up here in either the Ironfrost Glacier or the Frigid Wasteland. They'll put Valkya in one of these two provinces. Festus the Leech Lord is going to go in the Middle Mountains because Festus is a native of Nordland. He's from Nordland. The Brass Keep is also a very famous Chaos Fortress that in the end times was revealed to be full of Nurgle worshippers. So, like, it's just an easy slam dunk. And then Villitch? Villitch could go anywhere, and it would be fine. He does a lot of wandering, and he's been around a long time. I would say he'll probably go north of Cathay. That way somebody is attacking the wall. Right now, nobody is attacking the Great Bastion. Literally no one. So probably that's where Villitch will go, because like Tzeentch should be attacking the Bastion, because that's really like the only thing we have on it. So that's probably where I'm going to put him. Either the Eastern Steppes, the Stone Sky Foothills, or the Red Wastes. Why do I hate Kabanda? Because Kabanda isn't a fantasy character, dude. It's that simple. Musli! Thanks so much for the Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Kabanda is a 40k character. His entire storyline revolves around his rivalry with the Blood Angel Primarch, and he doesn't have anything to do with Warhammer Fantasy at all. He doesn't exist in fantasy. He's never been talked about in fantasy. He's never fought anyone in fantasy. He's never been in a fantasy book. He's never been in a fantasy novel. He doesn't exist. Until the end times, I don't know which author it was, but if I ever find out who it is, I'm going to think nasty thoughts about them for a long time and then get over it because I have better things to do with my time. But like, fuck that author. That was so lazy. They had Scarbrand. They had to have known by that point that Scarbrand was getting a new model because Scarbrand got a brand new mini like less than 2 years later from that book, I believe. Like, it wasn't, they could have figured that out. Scarbrand should have been the big bad for Khorne, and instead they brought in Kabanda for no fucking reason. Kabanda can absolutely suck my dick, dude. Absolutely, just eat a fat one.
Joins the red host.
Limbo Shisho, thanks so much for the Prime sub. How many fucking subs have we got today? My God, guys. Kirik, thanks for the Prime sub. How many people are watching right now? There's 1,000 of you guys just listening to me talk about random bullshit. Man. I'm gonna be honest, y'all are making me kind of like pseudo emotional right now. I don't do that very easily. I have repressed emotions because I know there's a camera on me. I'm shocked y'all are enjoying this. I'm gonna be honest. Finray, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate y'all being here. I love being able to talk about this stuff, and the fact that there's people wanting to listen to it just kind of blows my mind. All Rice, thank you very much for the 10 gift subs, dude. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hold on. Weenie, you didn't dodge shit. You didn't dodge shit.
Joins the red host.
Nailed your ass.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Fucking dodge. Suck it.
Another wretched foul lizard.
Bitch thought he could dodge? I don't think so.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Sanarin, thanks so much for the Prime stuff. I really appreciate it. Ads? It's okay. We're not talking about anything at the moment. Hey Davs, love Sotek. If it makes you feel better, the ads do help me. So, I mean, there's that. I know that's a paltry thing, but, you know.
As my partner just said, listening to you behind me, it's not BS if it's good sot, dude.
Oh, Dosick, I appreciate those sweet words. Thank you so much. And thank your partner for me. Temple, thanks for the Prime sub. Beat H7, thanks for the Prime sub. Jesus Christ, guys. I think we're like almost to 100 subs today, which is wild, considering it's not like very few gift subs, like compared. Like it's a lot of people just subbing on their own, which is crazy. Blood Seraph 123, thanks so much for the Prime sub. You'll watch the ads, but you won't like it. I appreciate that, Zernoff. I do. I really do. Weenie gifted 5 subs. That's really funny.
Joins the red host.
Thanks for sharing the love, dude. Thank you. Killer 99 to 80 Ace. Oh my fuck. Jesus Christ, guys. All right, let's
Thank you for expanding my knowledge
I can't
to
talk.
Something I only found out about when TWW1 came out. Much love.
Y'all are kind of cutting me off a bit here. Thank you.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Weenie, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. Killer 9980 CACDX. Ugh, I'm having trouble talking. Thanks for the Prime sub. Tomku, thanks so much for the tier 1 gift sub. Original Ghost, thanks for the 5 gifted. Plead, thanks for the 5 gifted. Necro, thanks for the bits. Oh my gosh, guys.
Necro12353 cheered.
Tomku, thank you.
I would like to say
The
thank
tier
you,
1.
Sotek. Your videos about lore of this world have really been a nice
Almighty
escape
Stump, thanks so
from
much for the
this
2
awful
gifted.
world. Thank you so
Darnath
much,
Lysander,
Sotek.
thanks for the tier
Heart.
1. Vastuth Detutha. Oh my god. Oh my god, that name. Vastus
joins the red host.
Detuatha. Vastus Detuatha. Thank you so much for the tier 1. G Baby Barca, thanks for the tier 1. Grathian, thanks so much for the prime sub. Nobruk, thanks for the prime. Ravage Trotsky, Trustovsky, thanks for the tier 1. Frazzle96, thanks for the prime. Y'all are fucking me up, guys.
Another wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Materius, thanks for the 5 gift subs. We're getting buried under throat right now. Wait, are sound alerts turned off?
X100. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hold on.
Another wretched
Y'all love yelling at me. Why are sound alerts off? Man, I am like, I'm sweating because fucking emotions. I don't cry when I get anxious or emotional. I just start to sweat. And I am sweating. Yeah, okay, sound alert should be working now. I'm sorry, I didn't realize they were fucked up.
Wretched foul lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Okay, now they work. I cry from my pores. Facts.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Facts. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, that's enough. I would like to talk about more lore. I can't talk about lore if y'all are just... Frazzle96, thanks for the prime sub. Terrius, thanks for the 5 gifted. Rai Nishikin, thanks for the 5 gifted. Oh god. IX Ralexol, thanks so much for the tier 1. Azura's Blood, thanks for the prime. Darnath Lysander, thanks for the 10 gifted. Oh my gosh. Yeah, fucking curse Sotek spawn, right? I can't talk! Stop! Shut up! I appreciate the support, but shut up now. Thank you.
Another wretched foul lizard thing.
Shut up and take it? Oh, alright, damn.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
I know it's a Slaanesh day, but alright. Astrogoth Ironhand versus Ariel. What happens? If they're fighting in a forest of any kind, Ariel would grow a lot of powerful roots and vines into Astrogoth, but his mech would fight it off for a while. He would be spewing fire and ash everywhere. Ariel would continue bombarding with spells. I do think Ariel would eventually get the hold on him, as long as they were fighting in a neutral territory or an Ariel's territory. If they were in a neutral or Ariel's territory, she would eventually overwhelm him and kill him. If they were fighting in like a wasteland or somewhere where like nature, the weave was weakened, Astrogoth would be able to take her down though. Well, y'all are being so nice to me today. I don't know why y'all are being so nice today. Dude, I'm gonna be honest. Like I check in on Reddit a lot because I don't know, I spend a lot of time on Reddit, especially when I'm going to bed, and it's not been the nicest thing. I'm gonna be honest. When they revealed that the new characters were Warrior of Chaos characters, I was a little surprised how many people were apparently pissed at me for somehow manifesting that, even though I had, you know, nothing to do with it. Hell's Doppelbach, thanks so much for the prime sub. So I just want to say I really, really appreciate all the sweet words, guys. I mean, the subs and all that stuff is amazing. It's fucking amazing. I really appreciate that. But like, please don't ever feel like you like have to do any financial stuff. Like, just showing up and hanging out means more to me than I can express. Like, it is such an honor to have you all here, just sharing in the hype and excitement, and just the fact that I can talk about something that I really love and I'm passionate about, and people are excited to hear about it, and are like asking questions and excited to learn about things or laughing about how stupid some of the lore is. I really don't have the words. It brings me so much joy to be able to just talk about and share this stuff, and people just love hearing about it. It really means a lot. Teraj, thanks so much for the 5 gift subs. A neat lore fact for Screech Vermin King. Here's one for you. A lot of people don't necessarily know. Did you know that Screech Vermin King is actually a collective consciousness? Like, he technically has a single identity, but Screech Vermin King is actually all 12 members of the Council of 13 that killed Nagash, elevated to demonhood and combined into a single entity, because that was the most effective Council of 13 that's ever existed, and the Great Horned Rat was so impressed with them for defeating Nagash and saving the world, because they are also, fun fact, the only Council of 13 that's ever existed that came to a unanimous decision, which was to kill Nagash. And he was so impressed with them that he murdered them all and remade them into Screech Vermin King. It's also why he's very, very fucking scary, because he's kind of like the most elite concept of all of the different clans in one body. So like all of the like warrior craft and military brilliance of the warlord clans. He's also like all of the immense power and yada yada of Clan Scryer and Molder and all these other clans. What's the deal with the cursed forest? It's a forest that got cursed. We don't actually know a whole lot about it. Best likelihood is due to its proximity to the Darklands. It got heavily polluted, and due to a lot of that pollution and just other nastiness going on around there, it manifested some pretty nasty, horrible native creatures. Does he say yes 13 times? No, but if I recall correctly, I think Screech likes to speak in plural, third person. Like, he says we. Well, Mervolowski's, to be fair, he did give them immortality and make them like as powerful as they could possibly ever be, which to Skaven's pretty hot. How and why is the Lore of Light anti-necromancy? The Lore of Light is not anti-necromancy, it is anti-magical creatures. So the Lore of Light is extremely good against forest spirits, demons, necromantic creations, because they're all sustained by magic. Your friend the skeleton, I'm glad to hear it. Welcome to the Red Host. So the Lore of Light, the concept of Hish is that it is the wind of truth and purity. So basically it reveals truths about things and it purifies away magic itself. So whenever you shine the Lore of Hish on something, you are burning away everything that is not natural about it. So it causes like demons to be banished, and it causes forest spirits to become innate or inert and die. It causes undead the binding that allows them to exist as a living corpse. It causes them to just become a corpse. Would the Lore of Light be good versus Tomb King constructs? Yeah, because they're not natural living things. They're artificially animated constructs. Forest spirits aren't natural. No, they're magical creatures. They need magic in order to exist. Is priest magic a form of the Lord of Light? No, priest prayers are very different. Do they plan to release a book with more lore about Cathay? Yes, it's called Warhammer the Old World. Would the lore of light banish gods since they're not real? It would only banish gods if they were in the material plane. Is there any funny story from Dark Elf lore? Yeah, there are funny Dark Elf stories. I'm trying to think of like a really good one. You want to hear a funny story about Lokir Felhart? So there was once a really big race between Lokir Felhart and some other big Black Ark owners / slavers. And basically the contest was they challenged each other to a contest, and the contest was all of these different guys would leave Karan Kar and the slaver city, and the goal was for them all to go out and acquire as many riches as they could and then bring them back. And whoever came back with the most wealth, the most slaves, the most riches, all this other stuff would be declared the winner and would be able to take over all of the assets of the losers and also decide what to do with them, which would probably mean their deaths or at least their enslavement. So what happens is that Lokir Felhart goes out and they're all like having these big contests, and they're all raiding and sacking towns and villages, and some of them attack Norska, some of them attack Ulthuan, some attack Lustria, some attack, everyone's going crazy. So what does Felhart do? Well, Lokir Felhart, as he's doing all this stuff, realizes that one of the other captains has got ahead of him, and he realizes that this guy is enough of a threat that he's probably not gonna be able to beat him. So Felhart needs a plan. So what's his plan? Well, Felhart decides to go somewhere that nobody else really thought to go, which is he goes to Nehekara, not Araby, Nehekara, because Lokir Felhart specifically wants to find a Tomb King. So what he does is he shows up in Nehekara and he raids a tomb city and a pyramid and steals a whole bunch of shit from the Tomb Kings. And the thing is, the Dark Elves know not to do this, because the problem when you steal from the Tomb Kings is they get really fucking pissed about it. Sure enough, the Tomb Kings start to wake up because all of their things got violated, and they're like, they're mad. So what does Felhart do? Well, Felhart purposefully engineers a situation where he tricks this other dreadlord, or this other fleet master, into accidentally taking all of this gold. If I remember right, I think he either sets up a decoy vessel on it. I don't remember exactly what he does, but he tricks this other fleet master into taking all the Tomb King goodies, not realizing that it's cursed. So this guy takes it, and Lokir goes, okay, have fun, and runs away. But, gets a lot of his own excellent goodies in the meantime. So sure enough, this other fleet master, who's now loaded with riches, is like, yes, I'm the greatest. I shall head home now. And then as he's turning, he looks behind him and goes, what the fuck is that? And he sees this giant naval fleet of war dhows from Nehekara, and the Tomb Kings are pissed, and they're like, kill that motherfucker. So the Tomb Kings completely obliterate the Dark Elf fleet. They get absolutely massacred. That Dark Elf took all that gold, and he's like, why do I hear boss music? And then he just gets obliterated. He survives though, so him and some of his guys escape, but they lose everything. And this guy was like a huge rival of Felhart, and his family was a very big rival of the Felhart family line. So they end up limping back to Karan Kar, and sure enough, Lokir Felhart is declared the winner. And the guy begs for his life and says, please, spare us. And Felhart goes, well, it's only fair that since I had some good luck that I should reward the source of my luck. So he takes his rival and his rival's entire family onto the Blessed Dread, takes them out to the sea, and ritually massacres them in a sacrifice to Mathland. If I remember right, I believe he has them tied up and shoved off the ship where they get eaten alive by horrible sea monsters. If I had to choose Cathay, Vampire Coast, or Vampire Counts for Jade-Blooded Vampires, what would I choose? I want the Jade-Blooded Vampire bloodline to be a Vampire Coast bloodline, because that would be really, really badass. And they could have like a really, really powerful Pirate Queen Legendary Lord as their like the head of the bloodline, and that would be sick. Is there a gold sickness for dwarfs in fantasy? Yes. It's very, very nasty.
That's got to be the best pirate I've ever seen. Today is the day we almost caught Captain Jack Fellheart.
I feel like the Captain Jack Sparrow memes are definitely more fitting for Harkin, but I do appreciate Fellheart. But yeah, I'm expecting the Jade-Blooded Vampires of Cathay to be Vampire Coast. Do I think Baba Yaga will be a legendary lord for Kislev? Swissbank, check this out. I know for a fact that Baba Yaga is a Kislevite legendary lord that we're getting in a DLC, because we've already seen her talked about extensively. And I talked to Andy Hall, who's Creative Assembly's lore writer, about her on my podcast, Lorebeard's podcast, when we had him on. Not the most recent time, the time before that. In Warhammer Fantasy, Baba Yaga is called Mother Ostankya. Ostankya. She's a new character. She's apparently terrifying, and she is the spirit. She's this very mythical, terrifying spirit hag god of the woods who represents old Kislev, and she's very deeply respected and worshipped by the Ungls. Do you think Bane Towers might be added for Tzeentch? I wouldn't bet on it, at least anytime soon. Does she have a chicken house? I don't know. We don't know much about her. All we know is that Kostalton has been trying to hunt down and kill her, but he hasn't been able to find her. So I'm super new to fantasy. Are there really any awesome or legendary witch hunter characters? Yeah, there's a couple. They're not like legendary lord level material, but if you really like witch hunters, I would recommend this book. You'll notice it's thick as fuck. It has almost 1,000 pages in fairly small print. It's called Matthias Tholman, and it's the Witch Hunter Omnibus. So this is an entire book purely about witch hunters. Well, it's about a particular witch hunter, but it's got a lot of really cool stories in it. Would recommend it. Lots of witch hunter goodies. But Matthias Tholman is really fun. Another witch hunter that we might actually see in Total War Warhammer as a starting hero for Volkmar the Grim is... Where is he? Von Corden. The Witch Hunter Von Corden. Albrecht Von Corden. So this guy right here, Albrecht Von Corden, served under Volkmar the Grim, and fun fact, he killed Helman Gorst. So, you know, there's that. He was Helman Gorst's rival in Sigmar's Blood, and he ends up killing him. So, yeah, you know, there's that. Who is the head or leader of the Witch Hunters? Volkmar the Grim, technically. I missed your lore fact? No, I didn't. I just haven't got to it yet. There's a lot of them. I'm sorry. Let me see if I can keep moving here. Grimgor fact. Oh god, what's a really good Grimgor fact? Here's a really cool Grimgor fact. Grimgor Ironhide tried to invade Kislev, but was defeated by the Tsarina, Katerin. Now, you may wonder, how the hell did Katerin beat Grimgor Ironhide? Cortez, unique hero for Volkmar? Yeah, I've been asking for it. We'll see if we get it. I've been asking very strongly. So, Tsarina Katerin knew that Grimgor Ironhide was coming north. They had heard that his Wa was pouring out of Red Eye Mountain and heading for Kislev. They sent an army to stop him. He fucking slaughtered it, killed it all. You know, they tried a couple times using force to fight him. They couldn't do it. So what does Katerin do? She says, fuck it, we'll use a blizzard. So Katerin conjures her ice magic and summons a huge blizzard. I mean, like an apocalyptic blizzard between Grimgor and the rest of Kislev. And it gets so bad that Grimgor can't keep going. It's just too much. And the Kislevites start avoiding Grimgor because they realize that as long as he doesn't get a fight, he'll eventually back off. So Grimgor on the first day, without fighting, because here's a fun fact actually about Grimgor Ironhide. Did you know Grimgor Ironhide has never gone 3 days without fighting? Because every day he goes without fighting, he gets enraged. Like, horribly enraged. And on the first day he goes without fighting, Grimgor will become very, very moody and will kill anyone that tries to talk to him or look at him wrong. On the second day he goes without fighting, he starts killing anyone that happens to walk into his line of sight. And on the third day without fighting, which has only happened once, and it was during the Kislev incident, he murdered every single goblin in his army. He killed every single goblin because their existence was just far too annoying once day 3 hit. So there's your fun Grimgor fact for the day. Best Grombrindal moment in the lore. I mean, a lot of my favorite moments with Grombrindal revolve around him when he was Snorri Whitebeard, when he was like still alive and like a fairly normal dwarf. But here's kind of a really cool lore fact for Grombrindal that doesn't have to do with Grombrindal specifically, but just kind of shows you how epic and important he is. You know the Throne of Power? That giant golden runic super god tier throne that Thorgrim sits on in Total War Warhammer, well, in Warhammer Fantasy, and that every High King in existence has sat on because it's a symbol of their power and can protect them from almost anything. And in Total War Warhammer really needs to have a skill associated with it that you get in campaign where it gives you like a 50% ward save or something. You know that throne? That's Grombrindal's throne. That was a gift to Grombrindal back when he was Snorri Whitebeard and alive. That was a gift to him from his dad, Grugni, the ancestor god, his papa. he made that for Snorri when he to rule from as king when the ancestor gods departed. Is he not alive? He's like a spirit. Grombrindal is more like an ancestor demigod. He's more of an ancestor god than he is anything else at this point. When you're playing with Grombrindal, you are literally playing an ancestor god. He's a minor one, but he is an ancestor god for all intents and purposes. How powerful are the Druids of Albion? They're powerful, but they've lost a lot of their knowledge. And now they're more like the level of shamans. So like they're still strong, but they're not nearly as powerful as they used to be. But they're decent wizards. They're not like amazing wizards because a lot of what they've passed down has been passed down verbally, and they've lost a lot of knowledge over the millennia. So because of that, they're not as powerful as a wizard lord. They're like on par with like a regular wizard. Ancestor god of vengeance and oaths? Man, very possible. Hawk, I hate you so much. Are there Grail Knights that are nice to peasants? Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of knights that are very nice. If there is a knight that takes the laws of chivalry very seriously, like Lewin Laenker. Lewin Laenker is a fucking stickler for like the exact text of the vows of chivalry. He takes it very seriously. And Lewin actually could be very intimidating for other Bretonnian knights because a lot of them are not like, you know how Christians are with the Bible, where they don't really read it and they kind of just pick out the parts they like. There are a lot of Bretonnians who are like that. Lewin is like a fucking fundamentalist, and that like not only does he know every single word and page and like has it memorized, but he knows like what the true intent behind it was, and got the whole gist of don't be a dick is like, you know, the main message: protect the weak, help the poor. And Lewin he enforces that brutally. But Lewin is incredibly kind to the peasantry. Like they genuinely love him. And there are knights like him. Grail Knights, to become a Grail Knight means you have to be quote unquote pure of heart in order to survive something from the Grail. Because fun fact, a lot of questing knights earn the chance to drink from the Grail and they die. It kills them. Because if you drink from the Grail, the Lady of the Lake, and you are not pure of heart, it just fucking kills you. It will murder your ass. You have to be pure of heart in order for it not to kill you. So most of them are actually pretty nice people. Like the vast majority of Grail Knights that show up in the lore are extremely humble, kind people. And a lot of them live very isolated lives and they don't really go out much. Like they tend to like live very humble hermit existences, like defending lone chapels or sacred groves. They don't really go out that much. Like the only Grail Knights you really see like publicly tend to be the ones that have like shit they gotta do. Like they're like kings or dukes. Is it true Grail Knights are equivalent to Chosen? Yes. Grail Knight, Chosen, Blood Knights, same caliber. Not always reflected in the rules, but that's what it's supposed to be. Does it mean that Abarash and Zacharias have become complete immortals like Archaon and other disciples of Nagash? Well, technically all vampires are true immortals, because you can't really... It is impossible to true kill a vampire. You could destroy them, but as long as there is even the tiniest, itty-bittiest little fragment of their existence, no. The answer is no. You can't kill them. Stop recommending ad blocks. Come on, guys. I'm trying to make a living here. I wait until they're done. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, you do what you want. If you want to use ad blocks, fine. I'm not going to judge you. I understand ads are bogus. Actually, I don't think ad block works on Twitch. I think only you have to use like a specific program. Nice ad block icon you got there. Hey, to be fair, okay, I pay for YouTube Premium. All right, so I don't want to hear shit. Any YouTuber I watch gets money. Okay, I pay so I don't have to watch ads. I just use basic ad block so I don't get like fucking viruses and shit. Tariff has a new video you might like. Dude, I love Tariff's videos. Kato's Barn, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, Hammond, thanks for the bits earlier. I don't know if I thanked you for that. Actually, I want to check something real quick. Hey, chat. Y'all want to hear a secret? Y'all want to hear a secret?
Another wretched, foul lizard thing joins the red host.
Holy sweet fuck. We got 182 subs this stream. God damn, dude. Eddie's the best. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. You do. All right. Listen up, chat. Listen up. So I don't know exactly when the specifics are as far as like how they're going to be handling embargoes and stuff, but traditionally, right? This is the way it always works, so this isn't going to change. Traditionally, the way it works with Creative Assembly is in the partner program is that whenever there's a new piece of content, content creators will get early access, like a week or a couple weeks. It just depends in advance. And there are like embargoes, right? So it's like, okay, on this first embargo, you're allowed to show these things, but you can't show this other stuff, and you're only allowed to show X amount of hours worth of footage. So like there's a limit on how much you can show and what you can show. And then another embargo drops, and now we can show some new stuff, and we're able to show another couple X hours worth of stuff, right? So that's why content creators release all their shit at the exact same time, and why it's often like very specific amounts of time. But there's always a point where we reach what's like the let loose the dogs of war shit, right? Where there's a final embargo where it's like you could do whatever the fuck you want. Like you could play whatever you want, as much as you want, and it's usually like right before the release. Usually like a day or a few days before, at the latest a few days before. But usually it's like 24 to 48 hours before. So here's what we're gonna do, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. Obviously I don't know when that is yet. We're still waiting on that kind of information. But once I am able to publicly share with you the embargo stuff, how about, I'm probably going to regret this, but I'm going to say it, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to commit right now. How about on the day that I'm allowed to stream as much as I want, we do a subathon stream where basically like I'm going to say I'll stream for X amount of hours, and then whenever we get subs or whatever, we push the time up to a maximum of 24 hours. So do a 24-hour, potentially a 24-hour stream. Would y'all like that? For like full uncapped Immortal Empires. $24 is a little low. Yeah, okay, fuck you, man. Listen, I'm old, dude. I'm 30. My body's crippling is decaying before my eyes, all right? 24 hours is, I'm going to be pushing it, but I can handle 24 hours. Is it okay with my health? Yeah, I'll just bulk up on sleep the day before. Which campaign? I don't know. We'll have to figure that out. I need to wait on more like information and stuff before I'm able to like pick one. So let's presume, right? We're going to presume here, but let's presume August 22nd for that. Let's presume August 22nd for that. That way, like, I could just stream up until it releases, and then once it releases, I go to bed and you all go play the game. And, like, I'm an adult. If I'm streaming and I, like, reach a point where I'm like, okay, I really don't feel good, I need to, like, I have to take a break, then I'll take a break. I'm not going to kill myself. Use the poll we're using for campaigns to play. Oh, that's a great idea, Brandon. Hey, chat, guess what? Y'all will get to pick what campaign I'm going to play. And I will announce this in a video as well. But there's a poll going on right now on my Discord community, which if you haven't, !Discord, join our Discord. Anyone can vote. You don't have to be a sub or anything. But we have a community poll going on where people are basically voting to get rid of their least, or wait, are we voting to keep legendary lords, or are we voting to get rid of legendary lords? How does, which way is the vote? We're voting to okay, I'm getting conflicting information now. Okay, it's vote to keep. Okay, it's vote to keep. All right, so get in there get into the Discord, go down to the community page once you click the little like, yes, I'll follow the rules thing, and vote for your favorite characters. Vote for your favorite characters and keep them in the run. And doesn't that exclude the new campaigns? Yeah, but to be fair, I'm probably gonna have already played all of the new campaigns by the time this campaign comes out. Because like the only campaigns not included are the 4 DLCs, and like the way embargoes go is I'll probably be doing those before. So don't worry, it'll be fine. The new campaigns are also in there? Oh, well, never mind. So yeah, go vote! And we vote every day? Does the vote reset every day? Oh, the new campaigns are on the poll. Okay.
Cursed Sotek spawn.
Invictus, thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Also, Eddie's the best. Thank you. And Kato's Barn. I don't know if I thanked you either. Thank you all so much. Where do you vote? Hey, Brandon, can you do like an @everyone command? It resets with the... Okay, it resets daily. It resets daily. Okay. So make sure you check it every day. Otherwise, your favorite character might get booted. And there's even a discussion thread, so you can try and convince people to join your team. Or make fun of them when their favorite character gets eliminated. That's also a viable option. Okay. God, there's so many fucking questions left. Tell you what, chat. I gotta pause for a while. I am super hungry. I gotta go eat lunch. And I also need to let my throat rest a little bit. So I am not done streaming for the day, but think I'm done streaming for right now. I so deeply appreciate you all being here. It is fucking wild that there were so many of y'all here today. It's absolutely insane to me. Will bits also count in the subathon? Yeah. We'll figure all that stuff out. So thank you all so much for joining me. I hope it was a lot of fun just talking about Warhammer Fantasy lore and learning lots of stuff. I hope you learned some cool stuff and that you enjoyed it, and it was a blast. I'm gonna go ahead and hop us into the end screen here in just a second. I thank you all so much. I am genuinely just fucking blown away by all of the absolutely insane support. It's kind of hard to like look at it because it's just wild to me. I don't understand it, but thank you. If you want to watch some Total War stuff, Legend of Total War is streaming right now on YouTube if you want to go check that out. I can't raid YouTube, so I'm just gonna raid some not random, but I'm gonna just raid somebody that I'm probably gonna go watch while I'm eating lunch, and it's gonna have nothing to do with Total War. I'm warning you now, it's gonna have nothing to do with it. It's gonna be something super fucking random. It's just gonna be what I'm watching while I'm eating lunch. So if you want to stick around for the raid, great. You can earn some free channel points, which will allow you to ask like lore questions and stuff in future streams. And like do the Ola skinks at the beginning and all that shit. So like if you're like, oh, that sounds like something I'd like to do, then you know you can stick around for some free points, or you can say, fuck it, I'm out of here. Turn is streaming too? Is he? I didn't see him for some reason. I just refreshed. Oh yeah, he is. Oh yeah, go see Turin. Yeah, go see Turin. Anyway, so yeah, for Total War, if you want campaign, go watch Legend. Tell him I said hello, please. If you're going to watch multiplayer, go watch Turin's thing and tell Turin I said hello. Let him know the red host is here. And if you're like, nah, I want those Twitch points, bitch, give them to me. I'm going to rate someone random. And yeah, we'll have fun with that. Anyway, I'm going to the end screen now. Bye-bye. See you guys later today. I'll be back later today. All right, bye.